Hello? Okay. Thank you. All right, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Adequate notice of this meeting is provided by sending such notice to the Asbury Park Press, Middletown Patch, Middletown Township Public Schools District website, and the posting of such notice at the August T. Minor administrative offices in each elementary, middle, and secondary school in the district. Roll call to start.
Mrs. Minuez.
I'm here.
Mrs. Skolaski.
Here.
Mr. Saparowski.
Here.
Mrs. Tobacco. Mrs. Torres.
Here.
Mrs. Weinstein.
Here.
Mrs. Wright.
Here.
Mr. Capone.
Here.
Mr. Avila.
Here. We now need a motion to enter into executive session.
So moved.
Second. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Client privilege and personnel matters. Thank you. Folks, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Please rise for the pledge. Okay, this time we're going to move into committee reports, curriculums, right?
All right, good evening, everybody. We had our curriculum meeting on Wednesday, March 11th. We went over quite a bit of stuff, so please bear with me. We continue to talk about the K through 3 Progress Reports Initiative. This was really good because as we've been moving along to try and actually get more information out to parents at a more timely fashion in terms of how the students are doing, we talked more about the actual progress itself, highlighting the 3-pronged communication process that will be put in place. And this, along with the grades 4 to 5 live gradebook pilot project, which is in preparation for next year's official launch, we think together both of these will be housed in the Genesis Parent Portal and will help streamline that communication that I was saying before. So that way parents more in real time can actually track and follow along as to how their children are doing. Just to note that due again to this incredible winter that we had this year and our recent snow days, the trimester number 2, the elementary report cards, has been extended through March 17th, and the report cards will be accessible now via Genesis on March 26th. We talked more about the dual enrollment courses at both high schools, and I think really it's just a testament, obviously, to the really great work that our students are continually doing every single year in actually taking advantage of all those courses. We talked a little bit more about the New Jersey's requirement under FAFSA for when, basically on the financial education that each student that's getting ready to graduate, there's a form that they have to fill out as per the statutes now, and so right now, just to ensure compliance, the district holds the release of marking period 3 grades until the necessary form has been completed. Just trying to see what else we went through, because we went through a lot of stuff. Oh, and one thing that we've been talking about quite consistently, and you've been hearing me report on it, is the ongoing pilots to determine what the new K through 5 math programs will be for next year. We're continuing to get teacher feedback on both Amplify Desmos and iReady. I believe there was a meeting that was scheduled actually for the day or 2 days after we met as a committee. Articulations were happening with the teachers so they can continue to decide which one we are going to land on, and I believe that information and a decision should be forthcoming when we meet actually this month. So more to come in terms of where we're going to be moving in terms of a new math program. We spent a little bit of time talking about the K through math block structure and actually what happens throughout the day with respect to just really trying to make sure that students are not on devices, on Chromebooks for the entire class period. I know there's been a lot of discussion in the past couple of months and also reports in the national media about trying to sort of walk back some use of technology. I think it was a good discussion for the community members. I was able to give my experience of having a child that has already gone through completely K through 5 and what happened at Bayshore during that time period, and just to make sure that this is being consistently done throughout the district. And so I think it was just a good discussion in terms of what's really happening. We continue to talk about the K through 5 literacy instructional strategies with Orton Gillingham and morphology. We have 2 new field trip destinations that is on the agenda to be voted on tonight. As the committee learned, there's an English class here at High School North, which is currently reading Romeo and Juliet. They would like to attend the live performance of the play at the Pax Amicus Castle Theater. And also Leonardo's LOD class is asking to visit the Just Kidding Around indoor playground. And so those are on the agenda to be voted on tonight. There's also professional development to be voted on, as there is every month. One thing to note, and I know this has been advertised, but it's good, obviously, to make sure this is on everybody's calendar. Rob Frennick is coming back from the editor-in-chief of the Princeton Review. He's going to be at High School South on Wednesday, April 29th, to give a presentation about the growing influence of AP exams in the college acceptance process. So please make sure you mark your calendars. We have the college application information night at High School North. I believe that was on March 5th. And then the High School South event was scheduled for March 19th. Just trying to think what else. Oh, and I know I'm not going to say this name correctly, so just make sure I say it. Ragaseo. Okay, just want to make sure I pronounce it correct. And Mr. Ragaseo was celebrated as the band director of the year. And one other thing to note is we had 75 students this year who have earned their seal of biliteracy, which is just a tremendous accomplishment, and congratulations to all of those students.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Facilities, Ms. Minions.
Yes, we had a meeting on March 11th. We discussed a lot of things, so bear with me. We talked about the Thorne Thompson and the annex roofing work. The final pricing isn't in yet, but it's guesstimated to be around $59,000. Current facility issues, the High School North stadium lights. There was a rack of lights hanging off one of the poles at the High School North turf field. The district has already completed it. They went out and they fixed it. They repaired it. Scoreboards for High School North, baseball, softball, High School South baseball. These scoreboards are currently not functioning. We were told that it's been over the last 2 years, but truthfully, I haven't heard anything about that happening. But as of this time, the High School South baseball scoreboard is functioning as of 3/20, and work is still being done on the High School North scoreboards. Thorne, there was an insect issue. Mr. Nasser reported that there were some flying ants in the room at Thorne, and it's being addressed. Prep for spring sports. The grounds staff is working on all fields to get them in playable condition for spring sports. The winter was long and harsh with the delayed this process a bit. We did get an email about the High School North baseball field, and they are currently working on that. The annex, open items for the Lincroft Annex are alarms, closing out permits, and following up on the indoor air quality. I did request at this meeting that we do an indoor air quality and a mold check on the basement before we move any students into that building. I did visit it. I still would request that they follow through with that, and they said they would. Summer building use. ESY, district's ESY programs will be held at Harmony and Thorne. The committee discussed the use of Thorne and the impact of the preparation of that school in September. Mr. Nasser and Mrs. Doherty shared that the ESY program only uses a portion of the school, and we can rotate those classrooms around the building to allow for summer cleaning and work. Outside summer camps, Champion has requested to use New Monmouth and Lincroft for summer camp locations. The township has requested the use of Nut Swamp for summer camp location. The district will be able to accommodate these programs, and both Champions and the township will be sharing revenue with the district from these camps. Mrs. Gallagher, could you explain that revenue that we're going to be getting in from both of these?
Yes, Champions will be sharing revenue with us in accordance with their proposal and their contract that they have during the year, so it will be a 15% revenue share. The township will be sharing the profit from the camp with us 50-50.
Thank you. Under the facility budget, we talked about it. I have asked for the long-range facility plan that's in place now to be presented. I started asking in January, and I was told we're working on it to revise it for the plan to reflect the school consolidation plan. I thought that we had to use the plan we have, but I guess, there's going to be some revision on that. There are no updates from the budget detail that was discussed at the January, February meetings, except for the reductions related to the proposed school building closures. I did ask to see a line-by-line budget, but was told we talk about it every meeting. I have not seen where and how every dollar is being allocated and for what. School consolidation, Mrs. Doherty and Mr. Nasser shared floor plans of Bayshore with the proposed elementary layout, as well as a map of the campus. The committee also discussed building capacity information. The committee members were offered a tour of the space but declined. I have to disagree with that. That's not true. Mr. Cullen was at our meeting in the beginning and offered to take us on a tour of the building before he had another meeting. Leadership overrode me, saying they've already seen Bayshore to move on with the meeting. And by the time the meeting was over, the only one left was myself because leadership had somewhere to go and Mrs. Torres had another meeting to attend. It didn't make sense for me to go by myself. Committee member topics, before and after care contract with Champions was discussed, specifically revenue sharing and participation. Mrs. Doherty also shared comparable information the previous year with the YMCA. An overview of the facility's usage revenue was discussed. There were also a few other things discussed. Mrs. Torres asked a lot of questions and a lot of her questions were answered, but at that time there was no cost as of yet for moving the schools. No transportation cost as of yet because it's too early to put the bids out, and no definite plan for the playground as of yet, but possibly asking the PTAs to fundraise. Mr. Nasser also spoke about the capacity of the buildings. He was the one doing the capacity of the buildings. He did mention at some point it's a little hard because you don't know what's going to be in the classrooms, how many classrooms some of our special needs programs are going to take up, and it was hard to come up with. Cut off? No. Some hairs cut off. He did say the capacity was 1,175, and I did make a comment that I felt that was a little high. I've been in that building with 1,000 students, and 1,175 is a little bit high. I just don't understand how we come up with these numbers. I'm not a capacity person, but I still would like to know. And my other question was, how did we come up with closing the schools without having a capacity number first? I just feel that some of the side conversations we have need to be discussed with the full board.
Before we go on, is it okay if I add in
Yeah,
on
go
the
ahead.
facilities meeting?
Yep.
Is that okay? I am on facilities, yes.
Well, she-
Right, so I had some follow-ups that I had emailed, but I haven't gotten a response, so I just wanted to put them out there so that we have all the information. So I did ask those questions, and like Ms. Minuet said, we don't have a plan for the drop-off. There's no plan for transportation. They have to be rerouted. There's new bids. There's no estimated cost in the budget. After spring break, they're talking about orientation. I did ask ahead of time for a map of Bayshore to the Leonardo Playground, which I am appreciative that Mr. Nasser did, and followed the actual sidewalks instead of just the bird's eye view. And so from that door, the door closest to the playground, it is 489 feet to the playground. There did not seem to be any real plan other than there's probably going to be 2 staff members out there to bring kids back to go to the bathroom. I do welcome someone walking with a group of 5-year-olds to the playground and back to see how long that takes. So I would be interested to see how long their recess time is with that. Additionally, I did ask about contingencies such as the toilets. I know that we are expecting waivers. I was told that we keep an inventory of toilets, and I do believe this week we said there's going to be 1 toilet, 1 stall installed with a smaller toilet.
But there's multiple bathrooms on the floor.
Right, but only 1 stall for.
And each of those bathrooms have,
So how many is that?
I believe there's 3 pods of classrooms, so 3.
3 toilets for the entire kindergarten.
There's 4
That size.
There's 4 sections.
4 sections,
Yeah.
3 toilets. And did we decide about sinks?
Mr. Nasser is investigating.
So we don't know.
We're looking to move a sink down, absolutely.
Looking to move a sink down.
Yes, the plumbing markings are.
Okay. I also would like to comment about the tour. We did not know going into it until about 20 minutes before that a tour was offered. I know that for myself, I was more interested in getting answers to my list of 19 questions instead of a tour at that moment. I have offered, and Ms. Doherty has said that she would bring us on a tour when I have my spring break so I can actually see it during the day. So I plan on doing that if anybody would like to join me. But there are still a number of questions that I don't have the answer to that I would like if anything has changed since our meeting. Is there a place in the budget to put a new playground at Bayshore Elementary? What are the budget numbers, and how can we assure that it would be put in over the next year or as soon as possible so the students and staff are not left waiting? And I know that we referenced this, but it came up again this week that New Monmouth is still waiting. So do we have any of those numbers for the playground that was referenced in the consolidation plan? Okay. Nobody's answering. I asked we also for a map of the drop-off and pickup plan at Bayshore. Judging by the issues at Bayshore now, this is going to be something that should be thought of, planned out, and addressed in the right way so that adjustments can be made if necessary. That has not yet been done. Transportation costs for students attending Bayshore. After our conversation, I would like to know the unanticipated routes needed for Thorne, Thompson, High School North, and South to be added to that as well with the new routes that are being put out there. What is the actual plan for the bathroom remediation with anticipated costs, as well as the supplies you already have? I know Mr. Nasser said we have some of these already, so what do you have and what do we need? A plan for locker remediation. It was briefly discussed, but the decision is not made, so I'm adding it back in. So what is the plans for the lockers? What is going to be used? What are they going to, what's the plan? It's a theme here. Instead of facilities usage for the next 5 years, can you get copies of the work orders for this year and last school year? So we talked about with Champions and the YMCA and the township using facilities, that they're not contracts, they're work orders, correct?
I'm really not understanding what you're talking about as far as they're using the buildings in work orders. I'm not sure.
Yeah, when we talked about that in the meeting, you said there's a Champions contract, but when other groups, whether it's rec or the town or somebody else uses the facility,
They
it's
still have the facilities use permit.
facilities,
Okay.
so not a work order, it's a facilities use form. So I'm requesting those facilities use forms for the last 2 school years instead of the last 5, so that we can see how much money is coming in, like what is the revenue, how much is being used, and what the impact is on the buildings.
Yes, you asked to discuss that in the next facilities meeting.
Right, so in my email I said, could we, instead of the last 5 years, because I recognize that going through all of those would be quite tedious to pull each individual piece of paper, can we just get those for the last school year and this year?
Yes.
Thank you. to get an idea of our usage and costs and revenue. And then again, the copies of the champions contracts. You gave the revenue, but I would like to see the actual contract and copies of the contract with the town Parks and Rec once it's worked out for this summer camp, so that we can explore future revenue with that as well.
Thank you, sir. Finance. We had our Finance Committee meeting on March 17th. We went over the tentative budget, we reviewed the draft. We started to discuss the updated amount of healthcare tax levy adjustment, which is $1.892 million, or 1.017%. There was no indication or direction from the committee that anyone wanted to include the additional tax levy over the regular 2%. There was no consensus on that. So the tentative budget is being presented today. That includes just a tax levy of 2%. And I'll turn it over.
I think these microphones are that's what I'm saying. If I could just, the screen is going to get
Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Amy Doherty. I'm the business administrator for the district. Tonight, we are going to review the tentative budget for the 26-27 school year. So, Howard. The first slide presents, we just want to bring back to everybody's attention that the New Jersey Department of Education does require us to list a statement of priorities. We have to address...
We're back, don't worry.
There's a statement of priorities that we need to provide narratives to the Department of Ed for to say how we are addressing various priority categories and then apply them across all subject areas. So this is just a reminder that we have to provide a crosswalk between what they're looking for and how we're addressing that in the budget. Our first slide here, going into the numbers of the actual budget, we'll review the budgeted revenue. As Mr. Avita mentioned, the tax levy increase that's being proposed in this tentative budget is a 2% increase over the current year's levy. That provides an additional $3.5 million in revenue to go toward the budget for this year. And so we are approximately 90% funded by tax levy, approximately 8% of state aid, and 2% in other revenues. So just to give you an idea of the breakdown. Our state aid for this year, we're showing a net change of $471,000. Our actual increase in state aid was about $890,000, which represents 6% increase in state aid. The way that the state ran the formula this year was similar to last year. They ran the formula based upon the components of the formula, calculated what districts were entitled to, but they were holding all increases to no more than 6%, and all decreases to no more than 3%, so that districts were not subject to tremendous swings in the amount of aid. The reason we're not showing the 890 here is because we did receive $418,000 last year of additional state aid related to the tax levy incentive increase. So, that brings our net change to 471, and that 418,000 is non-recurring. I will also say that if you look at our state aid notice, when they ran our state aid for this year, we are actually entitled to approximately $1 million more than what we are receiving. But because the increase was capped at 6%, we aren't able to realize that. Last year, that number was about $2 million. So in some ways, yeah, we would be very benefited by getting the money, but it also shows you how when they run the formula each year, it can be different. I mean, ours, if we got the actual amounts, would be $1 million less than last year. So anyway, we got the 890 and we were thankful it wasn't reduced, and we got a 6% increase. Our projected extraordinary aid, this is aid that we get to offset special education expenses. We submit toward the end of each fiscal year amounts that we've spent in special ed for students who have extraordinary expenses, and then the state will reimburse us for a portion of those expenses. I mean, it's supposed to be totally funded, but it depends upon how much is in the state budget to fund. We have been getting lately between 55 and 60% of the amount that we submit to get reimbursed. So that amount will fluctuate each year depending upon what expenses are submitted and what's available in the budget. The other hard thing about this is that we don't know what the amount we're going to get back is until after the fiscal year is closed. So for example, for our 25-26 year, we'll submit in the spring. We won't know until very end of June or beginning of July what that number is actually for the current fiscal year. So we estimate based upon what we've been getting in the past, but we have no way to know what the actual revenue will be. Our other local sources and interest, that includes not only interest, but we do receive tuition revenue from preschool, and also from, we have special education programs where we'll accept students from other districts, and we do get revenue from that. We also have some rental fees in there, enterprise activities, which is our before and after care, that revenue is there as well. We are showing us somewhat of a decrease for next year. Our interest revenue has declined. We've been getting less. We've had less cash on hand, and we've reflected some other reductions in revenue as well. So $163,000 less. Our special education Medicaid initiative, that's our semi-reimbursement. We do participate in that. You have to get a waiver from the state not to participate in that. That's billing Medicaid for certain special education services that are qualified for Medicaid reimbursement. We do share that revenue with the state. The state takes a portion, and then the state also tells us what our target number is that we need to budget. So that $48,000 is what the state is telling us we need to budget. If we don't make that revenue, then we do have to explain to the state why we wouldn't, but it's not a significant revenue driver. There's actually quite a bit of work that goes into that, but we do well in that, and we do always meet our targets. Transportation revenue from other districts, this is based on anticipated join routes with other districts. Middletown has been working with districts around us for the last several years and putting together transportation routes for out-of-district students, and reaching out and see if other districts around us are sending students to those same out-of-district schools, and putting together our own shared routes to save money on those routes. There hasn't been as much demand for that. We were doing more a few years ago, but we do generate some revenue from doing that and putting that together ourselves. Starting off with our proposed budgeted expenses, our regular programs, instruction, those are all the, that includes salaries, supplies, services, things of that nature, everything for regular program instruction. We're showing an increase this year of 2.4%. Regular and special ed instruction is largely comprised of staff. Negotiated raises with the MTPS are 3.34%. So regular instruction also includes updates and new textbook platforms for K-5 math and social studies. These increases are somewhat offset by reductions in staff and breakage that we project to realize during the year. Our budgeted tuition reflects anticipated 26-27 placements and rates. Our 25-26 tuition budget has been reduced because, which is our current budget, because some of the tuition placements that we anticipated when we did the budget did not materialize. So we did realize some savings there. Detailed schedules of tuition placements are submitted to the NJDOE for review. They do review them carefully to make sure that our placements and our amount that we budgeted, tie. We also have improvement of instruction, staff training, and media services. They've been reduced for next year due to savings on staff and reductions in professional development and curriculum writing for next year. Next slide. Continuing with our proposed budgeted expenses, we start off with our school district central and IT administrative costs. Those are actually showing a reduction of 2.3% for this year. Operation of maintenance and plant, and that also includes security. We're showing an increase of 3.2%. We do have some, again, our staff get, a lot of that is labor, so we do have raises built in there, and also all the supplies and services we need to maintain the buildings. Health benefits projection is actually, if you take a look at the health benefits line, employee benefits, our health benefits projection is actually 7% higher than the 25-26 projection, even though we are showing here a reduction of 1%. We did increase our current budget, the 25-26 budget for this year, because our claims are running high, and last year we did utilize some of our reserve to cover claims, so we did take the opportunity to move some money into that line this year to avoid having to do that for this year. Prescription coverage is driving our increase, as it is for most other entities. I'm sure you've heard about that and read about that for it's private sector, public sector, all over. We've been working on this with our broker consultant, and we've instituted changes that have increased our prescription rebates, and we're also looking for other options and cost containment. We also, the elimination of some positions, which we'll talk about in a little bit, will also impact, and that's controlling our increase for next year as well. We have an item here for capital outlay. That includes an undesignated deposit to capital reserve of $500,000. We'll talk about the reserves in a little more detail in a few minutes as well, but that is a good thing to be able to set some money aside for some capital projects, which we haven't been able to do in a while. We've also budgeted a deposit to the maintenance reserve, which is included at the bottom of the slide, of $500,000 to put some money back into that reserve. Talking about transportation CPI is 3.58%. Our 25-26 transportation budget, the amount that you see here, that's actually been decreased from our original budget because we did realize some savings on routes and bids that we put out for the current year, so we were able to reduce that budget somewhat for the current year. We also must demonstrate in this budget that we are able to have the funds by the end of this fiscal year, which would be June 30th, 26, to restore our fund balance to 2%. We talked about that when we presented last year's budget, that the DOE was requiring us to restore our fund balance back to that level. We will be able to do that. We have put in our documentation to send to the DOE that we have realized savings in the transportation, as I mentioned before. We've had some salary savings as well, and we will be able to restore those funds back to get our fund balance back up to the 2% that the county was requiring.
Can you talk about the transfer of funds to charter schools?
I can't hear you, and I would like to go through the rest of the presentation. I'd like to go through the rest of the presentation before we take any, we can talk about any questions. Tax levy increases, we wanted to show the trend on that. Tax levy increases from 11-12 to 26-27, and the reason why we use that snapshot is because that is when the tax levy cap was set at 2% back in 11-12. So this shows our trend over the past several years of what the increases have been. The average tax levy increase since the implementation of the 2% cap in 2011 is 2.47%. So that would be including all of the ups and downs that we've had throughout the past 16 years or so. Even with the 10.1% increase we had last year, the average is still 2.47%. With the exception of 2017 and 18, the year that S2 was implemented, and 25, 26, if you take those out, the tax levy increases have ranged from approximately 1.5 to just over 2%. This breaks down what we're eligible for this year for tax levy. As I stated before, and as Mr. Avita reported, this budget is presented with a 2% increase in the tax levy. We do also qualify for an additional 1.07%, which was approximately $1.9 million for a healthcare cost adjustment. That is an allowable adjustment to your tax levy to bring it over 2%. There's a few other adjustments as well, but this is the most common. We are eligible to utilize it. We're not utilizing it for this year, but it will carry forward and be available for the next 3 budget cycles if it's not utilized for this year. As we said, there is no consensus of the Finance Committee to recommend using the 1.07%. This will, again, be bank cap, and at this point, if that lapses into bank cap, that will be the only bank cap that's available to the district at this time. The rest of it was exhausted when we did last year's budget. This graph shows our state aid trend from 2010, 2011 to 2026, 2027. And this shows when the original cut in state aid was done in Middletown back in 2010. You can see that deep decline, significant drop there. At one point, Middletown was receiving over $20 million in state aid. As you can see now, even with the dips and increases that we've had, we still have not recovered back to that level. We are, receiving approximately, not quite $16 million in state aid this many years later. But after that initial decline in 2010, the state aid did climb back up for a period of time and remain relatively stable, in those years up to when S2 was implemented in 2017. Then we saw our state aid go back down again with those decreases over that 7-year period. Over the last 2 years, we have received increases. This year, about $890,000. Last year was similar. So we do see a slight uptick there, but again, still not at the level that we received, 16 years ago. For this budget, we do have anticipated personnel reductions due to the consolidation of schools. We have administrative positions. We're anticipating taking 3 of those positions off the line. Instructional staff 25, support staff 12, for a total of 40 positions. We anticipate that these positions will be absorbed through attrition, meaning retirements, non-renewals for performance, and etc. This slide is an update from a slide we presented last year, and we wanted to show the difference in the funding of our budget over the past 4 years. We have the totals down at the bottom, but looking at 2023-24 compared to the 26-27 proposed budget, the increase over these 4 years is a total of 6.7%, with the average increase being 2.23% per year. But the other relevant fact on this slide is to look and see how it's being funded. Our operating budget and our grants budget our operating budget's been increased, and that's the amount that's funded by our tax levy and state aid. The grants budget back in 2023 was about $8.2 million. We're now anticipating for next year $4.4 million. So again, we've talked about the fact that a few years ago we were receiving much more funding. A lot of it was related to the pandemic, and those funds were supporting a lot of things that we were paying for the students in the budget that we've retained, and we've now had to shift the cost of those in many cases to the operating budget. Our debt service budget remains relatively stable. This slide details our proposed equipment purchases. We have a total amount of equipment purchases budget of $586,000. The major items on here are we have repairs that are needed for the challenge courses at both high schools. High School High School North is the majority of the challenge coursework that is needed here in the budget to keep those courses running for the curriculum that we run. We also do have some money in the budget to purchase some vehicles. Just to give some background on that, we have 33 vehicles in our facilities fleet. The average age of those vehicles is 11.6 years. 2 trucks were purchased in 2023, but these are the only vehicles that we've purchased since 2019, which was 7 years ago, and everything else is older than that. So we do use those vehicles daily. They also came in played a very important role in all the snow removal that we've had to do this winter. We use them to plow and to clear snow and in our daily operations. We also have included here a security camera software upgrade to allow our camera systems to be able to get updates in software. The cameras that we have now, the original installation was, probably about 10 years ago at this point. And we've been adding cameras over the years and upgrading, but we need to do a software upgrade. We also have some other equipment purchases here related to facilities, salters, snow plows, a mower, some signage outside. We always do allow a certain amount for IEP-driven needs, so we budget for that as well. We talked about actually with the facilities report, we are working on getting all the outdoor scoreboards up and running on the softball and baseball fields, but we may need to do some replacements next year, and we're budgeting for that as well. And also the sound system in the High School North gyms is not in good shape, and we're planning to do a replacement of that. If we go to the next slide, our proposed capital projects, we have total capital projects scheduled for $605,000. There's a few things in here that are related to security, mainly the frame and bank of doors at High School South at the main entrance and also by the cafeteria. Those doors are in need of replacement at this point, and we are budgeting to do that. We're looking to do some grading improvements at Harmony to address some drainage issues. We're also looking to replace some concrete curbing at Harmony in the front. We did a temporary repair over the past year that unfortunately didn't hold, and it's a safety hazard. We want to get that repaired. We also have some bleacher repairs for High School South and Thompson. Inside, they need flooring replacements and some infrastructure repairs as well. And we also have some site improvements at Fairview and Ocean Avenue for playground, Fairview being the replacement of the railroad ties around the playground and the reinforcement of that area. In Ocean Ave, we're looking at resurfacing the pre-K area and doing some improvements there. And then we also have some recurring lease payments for equipment purchases that get built into the budget. We mentioned reserves before. As of this year, we started the year with a capital reserve of $42,000, maintenance reserve of $36,000, total $78,000. Based, for a district our size, that is not sufficient to have reserves available for unexpected things that need to be repaired and for putting toward capital improvements each year. We don't have any budgeted withdrawals for the 25-26 year. Nothing was in our budget to take out for projects. We, at this point, don't know if we're going to have, what funds we'll have available out of the 25-26 budget to put toward the reserves. If we do have funds available that we're able to save out of this year's budget, we will be able to deposit those in June, but that has not been determined at this point. So our balance, again, would be $78,000, but as a reminder, we did budget some deposits in next year's budget, proposed budget, so that would increase these amounts if the budget is adopted and approved. Talking talking about debt service, that is a separate fund. There's a separate tax levy that supports the debt service fund, and that tax levy was agreed to when the bonds went out for referendum and the community approved the issuance of those bonds. So that's not something that we really have any discretion over. The way the debt service payments are funded is through the tax levy that, again, the community committed to. And then we do get debt service aid from the state, which funds part of our bond payments. We have 3 outstanding bond issues at this point in time. We have a refunding issue from 2020, which refunding means we refinance the bonds for a lower interest rate and realize savings on those. Our principal balance on those bonds by the end of this year, after we make all payments, will be about $7.7 million. Those bonds actually mature August 1st, 2027. So we did schedule payments for them for next year's budget, but when we do the 27-28 budget, that will be the last payment for those bonds, and they will be off the books. Same with the 2013 refunding issue. Again, that was another bond issue from years past that we refinanced in 2013 for interest savings. The outstanding amount on those bonds is $1.6 million. Again, those will be completely paid off by August 1st, 2027. We also have a third issue that we issued in 2014. That was the original issue. Those bonds were issued to supplement a numerous amount of ROC grants that we were able to secure in that year from the state to fund capital projects. We have an outstanding balance of $6.1 million, and those bonds will mature in August 1st, 2029. So as we've been talking about for a while, in a matter of a few years, we will have all of our debt completely extinguished. Right now, our outstanding debt at the end of this current year will be a little over $15 million, which can be looked at as a good thing, but it is also time for us to start thinking about issuing new debt so that we can reinvest back into the facilities to do projects that are needed throughout the district. I mean, we haven't done a major bond issue to do any significant improvements to the district in 15 to 20 years.
Close the schools and issue more debt.
Our budget timeline, if we go to the next slide. Tonight, the board will vote on the tentative budget, and if the board approves the tentative budget, we then submit that to the DOE. That is due by March 27th. We submit it to the DOE, the Monmouth County office. They will review the budget in detail. Then, if they approve the budget to be sent to the board to approve as a final budget, we will advertise that budget, and then we have to hold a public hearing and adopt our final budget statutorily between April 24th and May 7th. We right now anticipate holding our public hearing and adopting the final budget at our April 28th voting meeting. So that would be the timeline for that. And so in summary, the proposed 26-27 budget maintains all of the programs and services that have been put in place to benefit our students, including instructional supports and curricular updates, a robust extracurricular program, enhanced security, and mental health services and supports. It also provides for a step in the right direction in dedicating some funds for maintenance and capital projects. It will be critical after the 26-27 budget plan is finalized for the board, the administration, and the strategic planning groups to work together to formulate next steps in preserving these programs and services going forward while we're continuing to face financial challenges. We don't anticipate the state aid picture changing significantly over the next several years, and we will have to continue to look for ways to be able to maintain all of these programs and services and continue to invest in our facilities and improve them and make needed repairs and maintain everything as functional while facing these financial constraints.
Are you answering questions? Are you taking questions?
This is not the public hearing. This was a presentation for the board as part of our finance committee report.
power up here. We just lost power up here. It's coming back on. All right, it's looks like it's all back.
Okay, I have a few questions on finance. In the transportation line, we still have our hazardous busing.
We have hazardous routes that have been established that would allow students to be eligible for transportation even if they are below the mileage. So the hazardous routes have not changed.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that. And, I guess, Mr. Vita, that's a good question for you. Have you seen the line-by-line budget saying what every department is getting and what they're using it for?
No, only through the committees what was put on.
But that wasn't really a line-by-line. Like if you're going, say take athletics for example, they get $1, they're getting a dollar amount. What's being spent for salary, what's being spent for equipment, what's being spent for uniforms. That's what a line-by-line budget is. And when we're being told that we start over every year, those numbers would automatically change and we would be seeing what we're getting for our money. So you haven't seen that either?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure about that I wasn't the only one. Amy, the question about the health waiver, have we taken that every year?
You mean the tax levy adjustment?
Yes.
Well, that's been in place since they did the 2% increase in the tax levy. And there were years that we did not take that. It lapsed into bank cap and then it expired and we never did utilize that. In recent years, there's been years where we haven't taken it, it's gone into bank cap. But as of last year, we had caught up with utilizing all of the amount that we had banked as levy. But years ago, we did bank a significant amount that we didn't use.
What about like over the last 4 or 5 years?
Well, the last 4 or 5 years, we didn't always take it and it went into bank cap, but like I said, when we did the increase last year, we were required to use all available bank cap at that time, which we did last year. So after last year's budget, there was no more bank cap utilized at all.
I'm just curious, by not taking it, is it going to make us, the way we've been going, make it worse for us?
Yes. One of the questions that I had, and this is moving in a direction here where, unfortunately, as careful as we might be trying to be, I'm concerned that we're actually going to miss some things. And so to me, at this point, the way I look at it, especially, again, trying to be mindful of the tax increase and going to the cap of 2% this year, which I think we have to do, to me, it actually makes more sense to actually include the healthcare cost adjustment so that we actually have additional money in case we can actually
That also led to my question. Was that discussed at the finance meeting?
It was brought up, but there was no conversation. It was just silent.
Well, I did ask the committee whether anybody, whether the consensus.
She did ask,
was.
yeah, I'm not saying you
And
didn't.
And
Yes.
no one said that they wanted to include.
Right,
that.
there was just no conversation, yeah. It was brought up and there was just no conversation.
So there was no.
Well, nobody spoke about it, so that's why I'm asking the
Well, I did
question
ask the
now.
committee for direction because
I know you
didn't
did.
know that.
I know you did,
And I think it's
I
also-
didn't say a word.
Sorry, I think it's also important to note that money becomes reoccurring revenue,
Right, and
right? Like that's money you hold on to forever and it compounds favorably over time.
So I think my question with that was, why it wasn't chosen to be used? Why did the finance committee, or there was no conversation, so I guess why are we choosing not to have it?
I'll tell you why I didn't have a conversation, because I think that's a conversation this entire board needs to have.
I don't know if it was done, but I know that in some of my emails, I had asked for 2 options of the budget. Are there other options for this budget?
Amy did talk about another option when we originally presented this, which did include use of that healthcare adjustment.
That one in
Yeah, which was 2%, the healthcare adjustment, potentially using some fund balance, which obviously you have to make that up the next year, in addition to some modest cuts from programming. Like staffing that we could absorb through attrition and other programs that we might be able to defer for a year. There's a variety of different ways that could look, but the main components of that were going to use the entire healthcare waiver plus utilizing a portion of the fund balance.
But as of today, we don't have any other budgets prepared.
Well, I think Amy had
What you're talking
Well,
about.
no, when you build your budget, you build it into your software. You don't build this, you have other options that, if the board goes in that direction, obviously. Oh, sorry. You build it into the budget software. And as you're doing that, you're putting in what you know to be true about your staffing and your expenses, et cetera. But to do that in a secondary fashion, certainly that is the framework for the secondary piece is, you're going to gain an additional 1.8 approximately in revenue from that healthcare waiver on top of the 2%. Plus, we estimated about $1 million of fund balance we would probably need to use, which again is a non-recurring revenue, which would then compound for the next year. And then we would be taking an iteration of staffing reductions that, we would have to examine in the sense of exactly where they would come from, but they would most likely come from deferment of programming that we might be able to put off for a year. But again, we would have to make that up in the next year's budget, plus maybe supplemental support services. For example, we may have to cut down our interventionist force, things like that, where, we wouldn't be impacting the in-classroom experience, we would be impacting supplemental things at this point. So though that's the type of iteration that would be in contrast to the school closure plan.
Okay, so unrelated but not, if they did put in the 1.7 or 1.07% for the healthcare costs, does that change the state's numbers? Because I know that was a thing last year when we then were more adequate with our funding. The state provided more funding. Is that on the table this year? Okay.
No, that won't change our stating.
That won't change our stating. So again, looking at this in this dire situation that we're in, that is so dire that we have to do this big move now without a full plan, without any knowledge of how much it's actually going to cost to make these moves. Why are we not taking advantage of a conversation of this?
They discussed the necessity of moving forward with a reorganization plan.
Who's they?
The board.
When?
Last year. And then
Last year.
Excuse me.
Plan put forward.
Wait,
I have a question, Dr. Alphone. I have a question.
Wait, let me finish, please. So there was a plan, because put together, about the reorganization last year, when we were short in the hole. And then there was an alternative plan that was devised, and then voted on by the board, that increased taxes $16 million, that was gonna.
I'm not talking about that.
Can I please finish?
Sure.
And then you go. And then what happened, after that, everybody thought that was gonna carry us. But this year, we learned in the beginning of this year, that we're still $6 million short, even with the $6 million tax. And then
As someone,
by
okay.
kicking the can down the road, it's just gonna accelerate the budget increase next year.
Well, a couple of things that I'd like to clarify.
Yes.
In that, I was here, I was part of every strategic planning. I have the folders of everything that we did, right? And at no point was there was the overall plan. There is no implementation plan for getting this done. There are ideas, there are things that are being thrown out there now, and as we can see by the questions and the uncertainty and the feeling in this room and everywhere we go in this town, the plan is not a plan. Again, last year, they came in with this, and with all of the questions and then the things that happened between the March 18th meeting and when the budget was voted on, there was still no plan that was implemented. What happened after that is the strategic planning, which I keep referencing, but we were at every one of those meetings, that was then supposed to take into consideration a whole bunch of things that stopped in July, maybe August, when we were waiting on that Haber report that didn't come, but let me finish, did not come out until January, and we've had no strategic planning meetings since. So when you don't have the buy-in and you have all of these questions and you have no real numbers, we have no real numbers. Nobody can say how much the moving is going to cost. Nobody can say how much the teachers are going to be paid. Nobody can say how much they're going to pay for subs on the days that they're allowing teachers to pack up their classrooms in April and in June. And I'm sorry, but if we're talking about a school, those days go until June 22nd of this year, and I don't want my child in a packed up classroom. They're not difficult. All they take is planning and cooperation, and we don't have that. We don't have it.
It's in the process.
But it's not in the process, Mr. Armina.
Last year, so
But I was-
whoever voted to raise the taxes $16 million, you gotta ask them why they didn't move forward with it.
But I can tell you by being here and being at every one of those meetings, the reason that it was raised that high is because there was a hole that wasn't fixed. There were lots of things happening along the way that weren't planned for, and you're right, I don't know exactly what it was. I remember it was a disaster when they were trying to vote on it, and it was a lot of confusion about people throwing out numbers here and there. So I don't know either. But here we are, and what are we doing to make a good plan for this town, this community, and these children, because that is our responsibility.
I'm confident in the administration's ability.
I understand that you're confident, but it is our job as a board to ask these questions and make sure that's happening, and it's not happening. And if you can please point me, you or anyone else can point me to where you are confident in these decisions, I am happy to hear it. I am happy to be open to it. I know there have been people with conversations with families that have talked about it. I know there are conversations about these beautiful buildings and this thing that's going to be a grand plan and a great place for the children to be and a model for the whole district, and I'm not seeing it, so I would love to have that information shared with me. So if anybody can, please do. We're here. I can guarantee there's a lot of people looking for that information, so please share it. What about this makes it so much better?
Paul, Jackie, anybody?
Go out from the audience, there'll be time for public comment. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to speak. Before we talk about the budget numbers, we need to talk about priorities and process. Because what I'm seeing in this budget is spending on short-term fixes and non-essential items while we claim financial distress. If we truly don't have the money, then every dollar must be tied to a clear long-term plan that improves student outcomes, and right now that plan does not exist. And even more concerning is major decisions impacting this district appear to have been made outside a transparent, structured process. And this is how you end up with this confusion and mistrust and bad outcomes. I'm not up here to agree on budgets that have Band-Aids. We need to have budgets that have accountability, long-term planning, and decisions that actually make sense for this district and our town as a whole. So before I can support any portion of this budget, I have a couple of questions that I need direct answers to. Not generalities, not talking points, clear answers. And the first one is for Dr. Alphone. Dr. Alphone, can you confirm whether school consolidation was your recommendation for this year? And whether you or the business administrator discussed...
And a little bit about that, so I'm not going to answer that right now. I have a statement prepared. I have a statement prepared.
I think that's fine, but I will repeat my question so everybody knows. I would like to know whether school consolidation was recommended by the administration for this year, and whether or not you and the business administrator discussed or supported that action with the board leadership prior to it being brought forward on February 24th. I'll respect that you want to answer that later. Second question is for Mr. Avita. Who specifically authorized our legal counsel to draft 2 separate motions for board action, and was that authorization approved by the majority of the board?
I did not, I do not know who did.
So we don't know who authorized that, because there is a line on the lawyer's bill that he spent 2 hours working on that. So who authorized
I
that?
defer to Mr. Burns.
Mr. Burns, who authorized that?
In preparation of the last meeting, the administration made clear that this board in public needed to give the administration direction on how to prepare the budget for the 26-27 school year. The 2 options that were presented were to authorize the preparation of a budget that did not include school closures. That was one of the resolutions that was prepared and circulated. The second resolution was to prepare a budget that included the school closures, and that resolution was prepared authorizing the closure of the 2 schools.
When was this motion made? Because I don't remember ever having this discussion.
It was at the last meeting. When this board made a motion prior to the beginning of the meeting to amend the agenda.
No, I'm talking about before that. You came into our executive session with 2 prepared motions.
Absolutely.
Who authorized that?
I just answered the question. It was at the direction.
The administration authorized that?
Yes.
To give a clear direction.
In the finance committee meeting in February, which you were a part of,
Yes.
it was relayed to us after we got an update on the budget and what the projected deficit was going to be for the next 4 years.
But there was never a consensus.
Let me finish, and then I'll use people.
You can speak into it.
And it was $30 million in the next 4 years. So the administration said, we need clear direction from the board before we prepare the tentative budget, whether the board wants to close schools in 2026,
I don't know.
2027, or 20, excuse me?
I don't know if we're at the same meeting because Dr. Alphone was not at that meeting, so I don't remember this conversation.
Use the finance committee minutes.
We never discussed in that meeting drafting
I
2
was
motions.
just in public, Mark. and
We
you got
never
a
discussed
copy.
drafting 2 motions.
You don't know anything about it?
We never discussed drafting 2 motions. Who authorized that?
I didn't draft the motions, but we had to give direction to the administration whether to present a budget with closing schools this year or next year, because it has to be done. So we didn't want to put another $16 million Band-Aid on the problem.
So there's your answer. Okay, so
You also said in that meeting that you knew what your plan was, that we should be coming up with ideas. That's not our job.
So anyway, I just want to finish this. I didn't get answers to my questions.
I just answered you, Mark.
Okay.
I just answered you.
Ms. Gardy, before approving this budget, is there a comprehensive board-reviewed long-term plan that outlines facility utilization, class size targets, staffing level, and measurable student outcome benchmarks? And what specific metrics will we use to evaluate whether this spending is actually working over the next 5 to 10 years? Is there anything prepared for that?
I can't hear you.
I would defer that question to Dr. Alphone. I mean, I prepare the financial portion of the budget, but the instructional recommendations and the programs included in the budget are the instructional administration's decisions. And, I will also remind the board that as we talked about the very first slide of the presentation, we have to submit all of this financial information, plus our support in narratives for how we are addressing all of the standards and initiatives that the state is looking for. They review all of that information. We give them not only a detailed budget, but we give them support for the things that are included in the budget, and also, again, our narratives and checklist showing that we're addressing all the educational requirements.
So we're just
So the budget's not only reviewed by the county business administrator, but it's also reviewed by the county superintendent, and also their, I think her title is
Educational specialist.
Right, so, and I think they also have a separate special ed review as well. So this is not something that's just purely looking at the numbers. It's also required to be looked at for those educational aspects that you're talking about. So while it's the superintendent's recommendation that includes all of these things, it also goes to the NJDOE for review.
We don't know if it's the superintendent's recommendation or not yet. Because without all this information, this seems more like a reactionary budget. There's not really a roadmap for the future. It's just get us through next year. And we are being asked to approve significant financial decisions while operating in the dark on any sort of a long-term plan. Because there is no long-term plan. It's to get us through the next year.
Yes.
In my opinion, that's not how you run a district of this size, and it's certainly not how you build trust with the public. And when major decisions are made without transparency, without legal work being done without clear authorization, I mean, it was done. And when spending is disconnected from outcomes, it raises serious concerns. And it's not just about this budget, but it's the whole process behind it. And this district deserves better than short-term thinking and last-minute decisions. We should be leading with a clear vision and defined benchmarks. And this should also be a disciplined plan that ties every dollar to student success, not scoreboards and sound systems. We're going to spend $200,000 on a camera system, upgrade the camera software so that it can have AI technology, which is going to really help our students in the classroom. So, until we have more clarity with this, I think we owe the taxpayers honesty and a realistic budget that makes sense.
We should know about that last year, we raised the tax 10.1% without being on the agenda.
Excuse me? Just talk to your microphone so everybody can hear
Maybe
you.
you should have thought about that last year before you voted to raise taxes with Ms. Minui's. That was right.
If we had a review last year, if we had a review last year.
And hemorrhage the taxpayers without a plan, and that was never on the agenda. Right, Mark?
You should be
10.1% was not on the agenda unless you
You
voted
didn't
for
beat
that.
us last year, remember that?
No, remember about the plan that you loved also, Mark?
I loved it. We had no choice because you were reckless with this budget for the
No,
last
it's
5
incorrect.
years.
Here we are 1 year later in the same situation, but you want to raise them up again.
Because you were sleeping
And
with
you,
us
for
last
25
year.
years, you've been doing the same thing. You're hemorrhaging in a big fraud for this whole entire town. 25 years you've been a fraud.
Last year, after the 10% and after they said they were doing strategic planning, did you do anything to ensure that we were having those strategic planning meetings so that we could get the community involved to figure out how that 10.1% could bridge us to where we need to be so that we are not here again today?
You're here today because you voted 10%.
No, I asked you a specific question.
Mr. Rubina, if you could please come to this microphone.
Thank you.
No.
All right, one person.
Go ahead.
Let's keep
Mr. Rita.
keep it civil, please.
Can I ask, so my question is, that as you're now board vice president, but when you were board president, when we had this budget passed last year, because you're right, I wasn't here, was I advocating for it? Yes, I was advocating for a plan. And I was at every meeting and every strategic planning to make sure there was a plan and a conversation. And I think that you know enough of me by now to know that I'm here to have a conversation. correct? I'm asking, do you,
I don't see what you're saying.
I'm asking you. No, let me say this. I'm asking you, have I not been to these meetings asking questions and here to have a conversation?
Have I ever not tried to answer?
I didn't ask you that. I asked you, I'm asking me, right? Have I?
Sure, yes.
So my question is that as the board leadership last year, why did that stop? Why did that process stop?
Because of what's going on here today.
Explain.
Environment with board members. That's
But
why
I
it
am-
stopped, Erin.
but-
You weren't here, so you don't
But
know.
I was here for
But
the
you do see
strategic
our
planning.
exec session how people have their.
But I'm asking, but as a leader, wasn't it partly your job to make sure that we could get to that place and not
Incorrect,
just
because
stop
there's an agenda from
those?
certain board members to try and make it look like it was a fault of ours when it wasn't. In actuality,
But then get out there and talk
10.1%,
about it.
and we're back in 1 year, and I told the whole entire community we'd be back here in 1 year.
But I
And here we
believe,
are.
but I believe that
And
that
here
is
we
done
are.
on purpose.
All right, could we,
That is done on purpose.
Could you tell me the percentage of
Gallagher,
the...
that's Mrs. Doherty.
Mrs. Doherty, I'm sorry. I'm going back 25 years. I know. Do you, could you tell us how much the tax increase will be with and without if we went for the healthcare waiver?
I mean, the tax impact.
Yeah. Tax
So-
impact. Yeah.
So on an average assessed home of $785,000, which is the figure that I got from the township tax assessor to benchmark the average assessed value, that's actually up from $728,000 from last year, so it is up. But our annual tax increase, including debt service, at 2% is $148 for the year, or $12 per month. At 3.07%, that figure would be $223 for the year, or $18.59 per month.
Okay, and
I still want to address a few things.
yeah, okay, yeah.
You're right, Mr. Capone, I've been here for 25 years, and all of my 25 years, I've always felt I did the right thing. Obviously, I've made a lot of mistakes, and I'm willing to admit it. By listening to people, I trust that I was doing the right thing, and I'm not pointing my finger at you because it's going back 25 years. I've always been here for the kids, and I am here for the kids now. And I feel that this budget and where we are now, because we were told we'd have time to bridge and come up with plans, I believe that this budget was put together and supported in spite. We saw what was going on. Our kids needed it. We kept our budgets for years, 1%, 1.5. Look where it got us. It didn't help us. And I kind of feel that way right now about the healthcare waiver. We're passing up money that we could use. So you can blame me. Jackie, I'm not speaking to you, Jackie. I'm not. You can speak when I'm done.
Please, let's keep it short, folks.
So, our kids needed what we did last year. We needed a bridge. We couldn't just go in. And Chris, you keep telling us, we had a heated discussion after finance, a very heated discussion, and a lot of information came out. We needed that money. We did not vote on a plan. You kept telling me that we voted on a plan last year. We never voted on a plan last year. Deb, did you vote on a plan? Katarina, did you vote on a plan? None of us voted on a plan. You keep telling me you weren't here last year, but you don't want to go backwards. You got to go backwards to find out what actually happened. And there was no plan voted on. We are in the same position last year as we are now, and we shouldn't be because we have the money to go forward to make a good plan on how we're gonna do things. Not throw our kids in buildings and put step stools like toilets and sinks, not knowing what it's gonna cost us to bus people all over this town. We are ripping the heart out of this town. But what makes it great too is the people in it and our schools. People come here for our schools too. We shouldn't have to be graveling for money. We should be coming up with a plan, and we should be putting our kids in school, and if we have to make these moves, it should be safe plans, not throwing them in at the last minute. I have seen so many changes to this plan online that we haven't seen as a board, and discussions. That's not the way it should be. We should all be a part of it.
To your point, what I said about going back was the plan should have been developed last year after the tax increase. It's not my fault, that's what. Let me finish. This is what I said to you. I'm here, it's less than 3 months. I can only act on the information and the facts that are presented to me from the administration that runs this district. And they are telling me there's a structural deficit in our budget, and we need to do something, otherwise we're going to be $30 million short in 4 years. I look at that and say, what should we do? And they say you can decide to close schools this year or next year, but you're going to have to take action because we can't support the footprint of this district as it is. And by the way, we all know this isn't just a Middletown problem. This is happening for every suburban district across the state of New Jersey.
At least they have a plan.
I'm not worried about that.
Joan, these districts, they're coming up with these one-time, non-recurring revenues to plug their budget deficits year after year, and they're just pushing it down the road. Eventually, Joan, there's no other place to get the money. And we're at 2% now. We can't go above 2%, so now you're talking about cutting massive amounts of staff, ending co-curricular, taking away sports.
Nobody talks about
That's where we go, Joan. Orders to take over the schools.
That hasn't been brought up on the list.
This is the main problem. It's a state funding formula that's flawed.
Where did this list of cuts come from? I never saw that.
If the budget deficits continue to grow, you will have to make more severe and drastic cuts to cover it year after year.
But why are we not having conversations now as a board and as a community to figure out what works for Middletown and not the rest of the state? Why are we not doing that?
In my opinion, when they raised the taxes to 16 million last year.
You just heard that they stopped it. But now you're in leadership and let's do it.
Aaron, again, what I'm saying, and you're new to this board too.
I'm
only
willing to
asking
do
you to make
anything.
decisions based on what I'm told. You don't have to agree with it, that's fine.
That's fine, but I would like to have all the information.
No, and Mr. Capone, you could pin the 10.1 on me, and I'll take it all day because I pay property tax in town twice. But I also showed up to every single strategic planning meeting.
You forget that it was your idea to get the Ross Haber report going? That's what you wanted. Remember the Ross Haber report that you wanted so badly?
Remember that?
So can I just say one thing before we
No, just, again, Mark, continue, Mark. Continue, Mark.
Let's not be antagonistic.
If you're ready to pin it on people that raised 10.1%, all 6 of us, because Katarina was there too, attended strategic planning to try to make right on it.
I would say
And
too,
you
Mark. I
were
would
in
say
charge. And you weren't at a single one.
You did lose it at the end.
Mark, I told you last year 10.1%, you're gonna be back here this year with the same.
And you made sure of it.
Still won't be because
And you made sure of it.
Looking at $30 million in the next 3 years.
And you
No,
made
Mark,
sure
you
of
ripped
it.
off the taxpayers of Middletown. And they'll never forget that.
And you made sure that we're back here again.
My point is, the way it should be.
25 years, Joe.
Shut down.
Yeah, 25 years.
All right,
You know what? I'm really proud of what I did for 25 years.
Hold on, just write it.
Proud of it.
Please try to find it wrong. It's not there.
Okay, so anyway, Mrs. Doherty, I have a couple questions for you. Please, in the facilities fleet replacement, you're talking about, I understand obviously we have 33 vehicles and they're very old, but how many are you looking to replace for that amount?
I'm sorry, what, I didn't hear the first part
Sorry,
of the question.
under the proposed equipment purchases,
Okay.
the facilities fleet replacement.
Oh, okay.
8,000.
So we did set aside an amount that would represent 2 trucks, but we've also been talking about the concept of leasing trucks and using that payment toward a lease and being able to replenish more of our fleet. So we're looking at different options, but staying within that budgeted amount.
And then for the proposed capital projects, are these actual quotes or estimations?
These are estimates based on rough budget numbers that we've gotten from vendors, but, you know, of course, no commitments being made, but, you know, so that is, you know, that's the only way we really can budget without actually soliciting a bid. Like some of these things may have to go out to bid or official quotes.
Yeah, because that's what I was wondering about, you know, I know we're not going to do it now, but those are the things that I was wondering about in terms of like the replacement of the concrete curb at Harmony. I understand.
Yeah, that would have to go out to bid, especially with the change in the legislation that just came out, no public
Okay.
works cooperatives, yes,
Okay,
yeah.
all right, thank you.
I just have one question in regards to the proposed equipment purchases for the security camera software upgrade. That $200,000 is extremely excessive. Are there any other packages available to us?
We haven't committed to a specific, you know, this is what we're getting as an estimate, but we, you know, as far after this amount gets approved in the budget, then we go through the purchasing process to actually secure the upgrade. So like Mrs. Wright was saying, exact prices will be after we either get bids or we get official proposals from vendors. So that is the estimate based upon the information we have right now. If it turns out being less, then we will, you know, obviously we wouldn't spend less.
Okay.
I did ask in that committee meeting about the current software that we have and whether or not it was still working and functioning, and I was assured that everything is still fine.
So then
What the consensus was, it could be deferred for a year if we needed to, but it's something that has to be done. I mean, there's differences between cutting things and deferring things. If you defer something, it still has to be done, it's just gonna have to be done in a future budget. If you cut something that isn't recurring, then that would be a lasting savings. So some of these things you could say, okay, well, I'm not gonna do it this year, I'm gonna eke one more year out of it, but then we'll be looking at it for next year's budget.
So could that be something you do with closing schools? To actually make sure. Would
Closing
that,
schools would be a recurring savings.
right, but could it be deferred a year? Yes or no? It could with financial consequences. But we don't know what the financial consequences are of this move this year now either. Correct?
We know that the budget deficit will be more than $6 million next year.
But do we have any cost for this move?
I mean, we've already discussed that we're not planning any major construction, that the transportation, although we do have to route specifically to address this, that we've talked to our transportation department, they are not anticipating, you know, any significant change in cost for transportation. You know, as far as these other things that we've been discussing, they are things that we're going to be mainly doing in-house. The one thing we did mention was, you know, possibly getting a mover to assist us to move things. We have to get a proposal on that. If it's too costly, we'll have it done internally. But if it's more efficient to have it done by having an outside vendor, then we'll do it. But again, it's not something that we would be spending, you know, a significant amount of funds on.
But if we are in a significant financial crisis, everything needs to be looked at carefully.
Well, we do look at everything carefully before we procure something.
It does not seem like
We're
you
required to.
don't have numbers.
sometimes you only get numbers when you actually go out to a bid or get an official
But
proposal.
I know that if I'm preparing my own budget, I should have an estimate of what I might do.
Right, I
But you
understand.
didn't give that to us either.
Again, we have already talked through transportation, and, we don't know every year what the exact number's gonna be.
I know,
If we
we
have
talked
to
about
renew
this.
routes, if we have to put them out to bid, that fluctuates every year. We may end up seeing some increases this year because of the gas prices,
We're
not
going to
even related to
absolutely see
this.
increases this year.
So, that's not something that we can necessarily give an exact dollar amount until we work it through.
But we should
We're
have an
not
idea
anticipating
of
a
what it's going to
significant
cost.
change.
Okay, all right, listen, this isn't gonna go anywhere.
Well,
Wait, I'm talking about busing. I was at a PTA meeting last night, and the increase of buses for class trips went up 25%. And they're struggling to raise monies for that.
I know.
Next
Well-
on the list is student services.
Well,
Ms.
before I
Short.
do student services, I know Ms. Glasgow had a question, and my last question was because it was in the budget that was presented about Ocean Avenue and Fairview with the playgrounds.
Site improvements.
Site
to the-
improvement for
right.
playgrounds. But it was also mentioned to staff, to us, and whatnot about improvements to the Bay Shore playground and New Monmouth. What happens if they don't get their grant? What are we doing about those? Are those still up to the PTOs to
Well,
fund?
obviously no final decisions have been made on anything, but part of what's included in the proposed budget is to actually allocate some money for reserves that we don't have right now, capital reserve, maintenance reserve, and those are the type of funds that the board can discuss using to fund things that aren't necessarily anticipated or included in a budget. So that's why it is important to have funds available to be able to put into these reserves, just to have for our regular use.
I understand that, but when we're looking at that and then we're gonna have 2 middle schools that need to have construction to make the spaces bigger to accommodate the students, I think that would come before a playground. And we're also counting on a referendum for the people that are so angry about how we're spending money now to then say, here, have more. I don't think that's a really good plan either.
I will say that there is, and we've talked about this for years, there are a significant amount of improvements that need to be made to all of the buildings across the district. Windows, HVAC, parking lots. These are not things that can be funded out of our operating budget. We can fund repairs and some smaller things, but that's why, we've been discussing for many years the fact that we are going to have to put together a large capital project, and we've been talking about the debt falling off and not having anything, and that's what districts do. They will replace that then with more funds to invest in the facilities. That is a big issue here. There's a lot of things, there is a whole master facilities assessment that's not being addressed by our operating budgets. And we are going to have to address that at some point, and that needs to be part of the long-range planning as well.
And
I've been saying this for years. This is not new.
I understand it's not new, and I need to be completely honest with all of you, that you know by now, I am not married to a building, but I am married to a plan that has the children's safety and education first, and that is not happening.
I'm sorry.
So, since the finance committee really didn't discuss including the healthcare cost in the proposed budget, I'd like to make a motion to include that healthcare cost.
I'll second it.
Okay, discussion?
I think we got it.
Thank you. I agree. Roll call will start, please.
All right,
This is a motion to include,
motion to adjust the tax levy in the tentative budget to include the 1.07% adjustment to the healthcare. Okay.
and one comment to that, to Ms. Minuin's point, we did discuss it, and we did say if it should be a board decision, so.
It should be a board decision,
Yes.
yes. That's
So is motion, Mrs. Torres, second, and Mrs. Minimis, correct?
No, Ms. Glasky said it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Gladstone. And seconded by Mrs. Minimis, okay. All right, roll call, Mrs. Minimis.
Yes.
Mrs. Gladstone.
Yes.
Mr. Sabrowski.
Yes.
Mrs. Tobacco.
Absolutely.
Mrs. Torres.
Absolutely, I said.
Yes.
Mrs. Torres.
Yes.
Mrs. Weinstein. Mrs. Wright.
Yes.
Mr. Capone. Mr. Avita.
Yes, motion passes. Now can we move on to student services?
Oh, I get to talk. Sorry.
So just as a matter of procedure, when we get to that voting item on the agenda, we will also reference that adjustment, and we will then reflect that we'll have to update the numbers.
Student services met after curriculum and after the facilities, and we had a lot of discussion and a lot of things clarified and whatnot with Ms. Granger and Mr. Cullen regarding, the first thing we talked about was the Lincroft Annex, and we ran through really what a typical day would be, how many students were there, what they were working on, security officers, PT, OT, use of paraprofessionals, things like that, as well as future goals for the program, which were very enlightening and hopeful that we can get that done as soon as possible. They are planning an initial field trip for the staff and students in late April, and there will be a ribbon cutting and orientation in August for the families, featuring the tour and overview of the goals. We talked a lot about what was going on outside the building and specifics about the area, so that was a pretty great conversation. We also talked about special class programs and planning for maximizing opportunities for students to remain in home schools and increasing purposeful feeder patterns to the middle and high school. This comes kind of on the back of the school consolidation, so hopefully we will have more on that as those initial plans take place through the spring. As the committee noted that thoughtful scheduling is underway and projection sheets are actively forecasting needs and services and resources. They're aligning with IEPs, and that is usually the first part of any school schedule that we get through there. We talked about an extended school year and the concern, especially at Thorne, with all of the changes happening, and we were assured that the Thorne classrooms that are used are in a specific hallway, and that those would be able to be managed at the end of August to get everybody ready for September. Same thing with Harmony, but that has been done in the past, and they're not having the same transitions that Thorne is projected to have this year. We talked about progress reports as well, and aligning them with trimester 2 report cards, and the progress reports will be released this week as well. This week is also Developmental Disabilities Awareness Week. There were many themes that were for each of the elementary schools, middle, and high schools, and they were specific to the needs of each building, but there is also a thread of consistency to make sure that that is happening throughout the district. There is more of a message with the themes this year instead of just a, on this day we do this. So those themes and announcements that are taking place in the building each day really bring more of an awareness and inclusivity to this week. The hockey team is on April 18th. The Bayview MD classes are going to Middletown's Ice World with funds that were raised by the high school North and South hockey teams to bring the kids, and it sounds like it's really going to be a great event. Reminded me of what they were doing with the basketball, so I'm interested to hear about that as well. And there's a new stabilization program at High School South that Ms. Granger gave us a lot of in-depth discussion and knowledge about, which was really appreciated, and I'm looking forward to how that could be expanded in the future. Yes, to keep more kids in district, and also to ensure that like kids that even if they were placed out of district have what they need in district as well. The Echoes Cafe at Bayshore and the Brew Crew at the High School South are still going. They're open on a weekly basis, providing the authentic opportunity for hands-on learning. And what I found really interesting about this is that it's become more of a reverse inclusion situation to have more students involved with it that are not just our special needs population, but getting more of our students involved in this, which is a great way to use that time. So I hope that that continues. And the unified kickball planning is underway. The high school manager, the case managers, at High School North and South are identifying the students that would like to participate. And the goal is to have a team at each of our high schools who will compete with each other as well as against nearby districts similar to the basketball. So that is really on the list of things to get done. It was very much pushed forward that we were going to get that done this year. So looking forward to that this spring.
Thank you, Mr. Next up is shared services. We had a meeting on March 4th. The committee is myself, Frank, Mark was there, as well as Aaron. We discussed the ongoing projects at Bayview that started a while ago, irrigation, as well as the township said they'll be putting down new sod as well, and blacktop. They're replacing the turf field over at Nut Swamp that the township's paying for that. It's not coming out of the district. We also discussed trash and recycling collections, which will call for approval soon. We discussed the fuel sharing agreement. They also brought up a summer camp program that the township is sponsoring us. They wanted to use Nut Swamp to do that, and they're offering us a 50% cost sharing on that. So that was discussed as well. Anybody else have anything?
Yeah, I also brought up the Class 3 officers and that contract that's coming up. And the mayor did not give any kind of confirmation any which way other than that he would talk to the rest of the township committee and the police chief and see if they can come up with an arrangement.
That's on the phone.
When is the contract up? June 30th.
Also in that, I know that we talked about the parks running the camps. It led to a bigger conversation about possibly bringing in aftercare, more camp programs and things like that. That could be a shared service since it is a 50% revenue over the 15 of champions. But with the
Township facilitating the
Yeah,
management.
they were going to look into more information on that because they already have the system set up for it and the infrastructure.
So that was a conversation that went on pretty long. But I would really, before we agreed to anything, I would really like to see what the cost that we're putting out to have these facilities open, to use them, the wear and tear of things that are going to be replaced, and have that really explicit with the parks program. Because, you know, they have the infrastructure for staffing, we have the facilities, so how are we going to balance the two? It was a good conversation, and I do hope that the conversation about the Class 3 officers can continue, especially as this is coming up.
Was there another meeting scheduled for shared services?
Was there another meeting?
What is there going to be
Yes.
another meeting scheduled?
April 13th.
April 13th.
April 13th and May 11th.
Thank you.
Next up, superintendent's report.
Great. So I'm going to ask you to bear with me while I read something that I prepared, given the fact that, you know, there's lots of information out there, some of it accurate, some of it semi-accurate, some of it not accurate at all. But first and foremost, I want to take a moment just to clear up, how this process unfolded throughout my eyes, and certainly, my beliefs in what's happening. And then I'm going to add a little personal statement at the end, so I'm just hoping that I ask that you just listen. First and foremost, I believe in my heart of hearts that school closures are necessary and inevitable for us in Middletown. I think that I've had conversations with so many of you sitting in the audience, and we all know that something has to change and something has to happen. And I think we came to that understanding, even though it was a rough road to get there last year. I think we were moving in that direction. This is necessary for the district to continue to move towards greater financial health while simultaneously preserving the high quality of education we've come to be known for. But with that being said, I did not recommend the plan be placed on the February agenda because we had no indication at that time as to if there would be, number one, consensus among the members of the board to move in that direction given the budget deficit, and conversations surrounding school closures were not held earlier, as the budget shortfall did not crystallize until we returned in the new year, and the fall months are typically spent coordinating the budget build amongst all the departments. Given these facts and the district's ongoing efforts in strategic planning, I did not feel comfortable advocating for school closures when these facts were unknown, and I felt it was unnecessary to cause greater upset in the school community until further discussions were had and all options could be examined as we reassured the community. School closures were not the only option considered. However, it was the option that a majority of the board felt was the appropriate course of action at this time. The administrative team and I believe that the structure is sound educationally and is the least intrusive step we could have taken because for the most part, it kept students and teachers together. Other alternatives were far more disruptive as a first step and would result in the risk of higher class sizes and many more students being separated from their peers. If the process for closures was paused or ceased indefinitely, it would be much more detrimental to the district because of the financial implications that would undoubtedly, in the long run, jeopardize the high quality of education that sets us apart from other districts. The financial projections won't change unless we proactively take significant measures to do so. And while these decisions are challenging, the alternatives are counterproductive to regaining financial stability and preserving quality education. The other item I want to address is the perceived lack of a plan. With the events unfolding as they did, this has certainly been a factor. Yesterday, we shared information with the school community, outlining the information that we do have, because we didn't want to continue to be information absent. Over the next several months, if consolidation moves forward, we will continue to share information as it becomes refined. We also have enacted a consolidation task force, which is composed of teachers and administrators currently, and in the near future, we would also like to invite individuals from the school community to partner with us. If this is the direction that the Board of Education has chosen to take, then I feel that we need to come together to ensure the success of it moving forward. Finally, I want to address my decision to retire because there's been a lot of people that have an opinion on that. This was not an easy choice. I've given 26 years to education. I certainly, I'm going to try not to get emotional. I did not envision my career ending in this manner. Over these 26 years, I've always acted with integrity and allowed what is best for students to guide my decision making. I still remain incredibly proud of Middletown, and I think in spite of the challenges and consternation of late, we have accomplished so many things that I'm proud of, including, like Mrs. Torres brought up, the annex. Yes, it cost us some money, but it's going to benefit so many students in the long run, and it's something that we have things here in Middletown that other places just don't have. At the same time, there came a point where I felt I could no longer operate as effectively as I believe I could as a school leader in the current environment. The level of discourse and the tone that has emerged in the last year has at times been deeply challenging and significantly troubling, and has taken a toll on mine and my family's quality of life. It has also minimized my faith in being able to make a difference.
I firmly believe that even when we disagree, and there will always be differing perspectives, we must treat each other with basic human decency and respect. When that foundation is compromised, it becomes difficult to lead in a way that aligns with my values and beliefs. When an opportunity presented itself, I made the difficult decision to step away and pursue an opportunity where I know I'll be able to make a positive impact. So I appreciate you listening, and I certainly, I wanted to clear up any misunderstanding there was in my position on school closures, and however the district chooses to move forward, certainly the administrative team and I are going to ensure that it is as successful as possible.
Thank you, Dr.
Saying that it wasn't your recommendation for this year. Do you really think that we're gonna have a good, positive plan, or would it have been better if we waited a year and came up with a good plan?
More time is always better when you're looking at something as significant as this. Do I believe we can do it? 100%, we're gonna make it work. We have a very skilled administrative team. However, when you have more time to plan, certainly you can stay out in front of the information for the school community. You can provide detailed and accurate information without as much refinement. There's a lot of benefits to more, that's with anything. Any kind of significant change or significant, plan, when you have more time to really vet it out and get in and have those details prepared on the front end. Like I said, you can stay out in front and provide people reassurance that things will go smoothly. So no one's ever going to turn away more time, but there are, as I said before, there are, consequences of that. And that's kind of the crossroads here, right? It's, do you pick this camp? Because I, in my heart, believe that schools need to close. We need to consolidate our footprint. That has been a reality in Middletown for a very long time. I've been here for 10 years, and this came well before, many of us sitting up here. So this is not a new conversation, but I also, believe that, that this may not be the only way, right? Like, this is one iteration, but there could be other ways. But I think taking things offline, because the only way you're going to save on reoccurring expenses has to happen. But I believe the community believes that too, in some way, shape, or form.
When we came up, when you came up last year with the 10.1% increase, you said that it would be better to bridge this year. We would have more time to do it the right way, make it better for our kids. Did you still believe that before February? Was this on your radar before February, closing schools?
No, but we didn't know that we were going to be faced with a budget deficit this year. As I said, we build the budget from a zero base, right? You build the budget from zero. So when you roll over your staff, and when all the departments put in the things that are required versus the things that, like example for curriculum, there are certain cycles where you have to rewrite depending on state standards, you might have to repurchase materials, and all that comes into play. And until you build the budget, you have a rough idea, but you truly don't know necessarily where your deficit's going to lie. So that was not something that was on our radar administratively in the fall.
Because I know in finance, when we spoke the other day, you said up until February, that was not on your radar.
At this time, I'd like to open up the mic to the public.
I did have one more. I had a question about something you said. You said that a majority of the board felt it was needed at this time. Are you talking about the vote? You're not talking about before that?
No, I'm talking about the actual vote that happened.
Because,
The majority of the board voted to close schools.
right, but before that was put out there, why was it not on the agenda as something that we were going to do? Why was it brought up as a resolution?
Because I wouldn't recommend it.
Because you didn't recommend it. So my question and my understanding is that as a board, our job is to take the recommendation of the superintendent and either say yes or say no, not come up with our own recommendation.
Well,
Is that correct?
Yeah, you you got the explanation as to how it wound up on the agenda, so that the decision could be made in public. And I think it's very clear from that night, the discussion that was had in public, the way the motion went, there was a motion to table, and the way it went, so it had to be done in public. And Dr. Alphone is saying she didn't want to put it on the agenda because she wasn't sure what the board wanted to do. But keep in mind, I go back to the February Finance Committee meeting, when we were informed that we need to make a decision whether we're going to close schools this year or next year. So there was no way to do that unless it was discussed in public to make a decision, and that's how it happened.
So, again, it just seems a little off to me. This is off.
But that's the facts. What motions?
The resolutions.
We have 2 resolutions. Who ordered them to be printed?
I
Because we
didn't
could have come up with 5 other things we could have printed and voted on.
And there was a motion to table, and it passed. So that was the time. Can we move on to public comment, please? No, I'm not going to beat this dead horse.
Who asked our attorney to prepare those 2? I'm talking to the president.
They'll just answer.
Yes.
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 We're looping here because that has not been answered.
So then I guess my question.
It had to be introduced through a motion, so.
You asked our attorney.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
He just.
I don't know.
Sat at home.
It was discussed.
You're not answering the question.
So
In
is
executive session, Mark, there was a discussion as to the necessity of the board providing clear direction to the administration in public as to how the board wanted the budget prepared. No decisions were made in executive session or before then. Everything was done in public for that reason.
There were 2.
I'm not answering the question anymore, Mark. I answered, it's been asked, and it's been answered.
Dr. Alphone, did you order,
I'm not getting.
We're moving on.
So that was-
Please don't, Ms. Mark, that's enough, please. All
So
right,
then, is
moving
it
on.
possible to make, so then may I make a motion based on Dr. Alphone's recommendation that we postpone the closing by, but no, that you didn't make a recommendation because you did not feel that that was something that should have been this year. You were waiting for the direction.
That's not what she
So
said.
that was, so then explain it to me further because I
I
missed.
read my statement, I am not getting tangled up in this discussion.
I clearly misunderstood, so I'm asking you to clarify.
Still have 3 months. Please use your microphone.
So then I am going to then make a motion that we postpone the closing of schools for 1 year so that we can have an actual plan. So take the resolution and change the date to 27/28 so that we can actually have a plan for the community.
And then that would.
Just to clarify the motion, it's a
Yes.
motion to delay the implementation of the authorization to close schools to the 27-28 school year.
For 1 year.
and the other reason I think that's a good idea is because when we did have, oh,
That motion's been
okay,
made.
never mind.
That's your motion.
That is my motion.
Please don't shout out from the audience, you're gonna be asked.
So there's a motion,
That's enough.
there's been a motion made by a board member.
Second.
I'm sorry, can we just repeat what the actual motion is?
The motion, summarily, the motion is to delay the implementation of the authorization to close schools for 1 school year to not go into effect until the 2027-2028 school year.
Please don't shout, please.
Yeah, we don't even know if we're doing that.
With a full plan and making sure that we have a new superintendent that can guide us through this process. May I add that, and will you second it again if I add that amendment?
Do you have that?
It should be to vote though. It's a vote.
So you don't want just the implementation postponed.
The implementation with a plan.
And a vote.
How do you plan to close schools? No, it's not a random plan. You get an administrative, full-on plan that we can all see and be part of, which is what was supposed to happen. I can't hear you. Can you speak into the mic?
What, Jack?
So then are we supporting the tentative budget tonight? Because it has to be to the state by the 27th.
The budget is different.
I just want to clarify. The budget, the tentative budget, you're voting on the numerical amounts.
Correct.
Right? How you get to those numerical amounts, school closures or not, is a whole separate issue. So you could build your budget anyway to meet those numerical amounts. So technically, you could still vote yes on the tentative budget because you're approving those fiscal pieces, but how you get there could be different.
And from what I saw in the budget that was presented, there was nothing really in there about school closures. And
Well,
what is the cost?
I'm sorry, that's not true,
Okay,
because
so
we've
tell
made
me.
reductions to the budget specifically in personnel that
The
reflect
personnel
school
piece.
closures.
Okay.
So all of those reductions would then have to be changed.
Clear it up, Jack.
So,
And would that be,
If I
Dr.
can-
O'Connor, is that possible to do
Wait.
before it is due
If I
to
can-
the county superintendent?
if I can chime in for a second with
Sure.
this, with changing the motion. With what you want in the total motion, that's not really an appropriate motion because it's conditioned on things that haven't happened yet. The appropriate motion would be a motion to rescind.
A motion to rescind. So there is no way to amend the resolution to change it to the 26-27 school year?
Not with the extra stipulations.
sorry.
And this board can't bind a future board.
I'm sorry?
No, not with the stipulations, and this sitting board cannot bind a future board with action taken tonight.
So,
Twice.
can you, so how would this be done?
You would make a motion to rescind the motion to authorize the closure of 2 schools.
Okay, so if that happened, would I then be able to make an additional motion that would satisfy the people that want to close schools for the fiscal reasons? Like, how can we, as a board, come together to make this happen, to make there be a consensus that we can all work towards?
27, for 26, 27, or just 27, 28?
Well, I'm guessing that if I make this motion to rescind, the same people that voted for it are going to vote against it. So I'm asking as a board, how do we then take this and not make it so contentious and actually have a conversation to figure out how we're going to solve this problem?
There would be 2 options. You would
Sure.
either discuss it at board meetings as the entire board, or a subcommittee of the board would be established.
So, Mr. Avita, Mr. Capone, Ms. Tobacco, Ms. Weinstein, Ms. Glasky, you voted for this. I'm asking you, how can we do this?
I'm not rescinding my vote.
Okay, so the other 4, are you
I
willing?
just want to be clear.
Sure.
I don't think you understand. I understand that you're new, but I don't think you understand that.
Please don't shout for the audience.
If they don't get escorted out, I'm not going to finish this meeting. They need to be escorted out when they interrupt.
I'm listening to you. I hear you.
Well, I
and-
can't
But
hear
they
myself.
can't be yelling from the audience.
Okay, but you don't need to speak to me that way. I'm asking you a question.
You're not understanding that it's not just you can vote on this budget and rescind the vote and everything will be fine in a year. You can't bind this board to a new board to what we decide this year, number 1. Number 2, this would mean that we have to go into extreme cuts in programming, cuts in staff, cuts in a lot of things that we have been discussing and throwing this around a million times. And I think you also need to be really careful that you are not sitting up here. This is supposed to be a board that you're on. This is not just a parent perspective.
Number 1, I take great offense to that, because here's why. I was an elected member, and yes, do I have
There's an
an
entire
excuse
district
me,
and an entire
I'm talking, and I'd appreciate you listening. You did, and then I started. And what I said was that while I am a parent, I am an educator, I am a taxpayer,
right, NJ,
and
yeah.
I am also, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can you repeat that, please? Can you repeat that, please?
That's a parent's prerogative.
I can't hear you. I didn't hear what you said to me while I was
Then
speaking.
talk to your audience that keeps clapping for you. You can't hear me.
Oh, I'm sorry, because I'm a union member? Jackie, I'm asking you. You said it, so I'm asking you.
Yeah, you are a union member, yes.
Thank you. No, because I was in the middle of talking, Mr. Capone, so I'm going to finish
I
my
want to move on to
statement.
whatever the motion is.
I would love to, but what?
Dr. O'Connell, what was the second motion? The second resolution that was last week, because we didn't really hear what that was.
To direct.
Right, but did you have numbers in it, or did you have?
It simply, in short form, stated to direct the administration to create a budget absent of school closures. So that was the other resolution that was.
So allow me to just finish with my statement about myself and my integrity that's being attacked over here. I don't know what else you said, but this is why you can't have a conversation. I'm looking to have a conversation about facts, about buildings, about staff, about safety, about student outcomes, and instead you throw out, I'm just a mom? How dare you?
I absolutely didn't say that.
Okay, parent.
It's on tape. It's on tape. I didn't say that.
So what did you say? Explain it to me again.
I said that we have an entire district to represent up here, an entire town.
You're
not
right.
just the people in this room, not just our children, an entire town. That was my statement.
So then my question is.
That was my statement.
So then my question is, if we are looking at $1 to $2 million to close it this year, to give us a year to figure this out.
What are you talking about, $1 to $2 million? Your numbers are completely inaccurate.
We're not 6 million short.
We are 6 million short this year.
Without the tax
Ms. Doherty,
increase.
can you tell me the exact numbers?
You
of
have
what we're
papers in
short?
front of you. The taxes were raised over $16 million last year, and this year we were told in February that we are $6 million in a deficit, a structural deficit. And everyone is acting like now it's only $1 million?
27, 28,
I
Please
heard
don't
you
shout from the
27,
audience.
28. So if you would like to have
Mr.
a
McGuire,
conversation,
please
let's
stop
do it.
escorting people out if they can't control themselves.
Ms. Doherty, if we did this raise of the health insurance premium, what are our final numbers and what is it that we need to get to in this budget?
When we originally were discussing, based on a 2% increase in the tax levy, that the projected expenses were approximately $3.5 million over the revenue, including the 2%. So if you took the 1 point, well, no, I'm not taking the 2% out. She asked me about what we would do. So if we added the approximately 1.9 million, that with the healthcare adjustment, then the balance of that to make up the 3.5 would have to come out of other reductions to the budget, not related to school closures.
So it's the difference between 3.5 million and 1.9. That's the differential to make up. Because if your health waiver is going to give you about 1.9 million, and we need to make up 3.5, you're looking at the difference between the two of them is where the gap is that you still need to close to meet the budget numbers that you'd be voting on.
So has the board had any more conversations about the shared services with the town for the officers? And have we brought up the land issues?
That discussion already had, Mr. Torres. If you want to make a motion, you're welcome to.
So what-
At this point, you want to make a motion, you should make the motion and let the board decide what they want to do. Just continue this conversation.
I made the motion
Okay, what is the motion that you want to make?
to rescind what was done last time, to rescind the motion. So that we
So
can
the
then
motion
come
is
back
to
and have a
rescind?
conversation.
Your motion is to rescind the school closures that was voted on and approved by the board last meeting.
Yes.
Your motion. Okay.
The motion would be a motion to rescind the resolution authorizing the closure of 2 schools.
No, we're closing 2.
No, it's 3.
Do we have a second on the motion?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
I have a discussion, Mr. Beaman.
Go ahead, Mr.
deficit do we have for next year now that you're projecting?
Well, originally, we had projected that based on a 2% increase in the tax levy, and I don't have all that.
I see
but it
6.8
was-
or 6.6 million.
that was probably based on projections we did last year, on what it would be going forward. Now, I would say those numbers would change somewhat if we increased our tax levy by the 1.9 million. Obviously, that would carry forward.
So if I
next
take
year.
out the tax levy of 2% the tax levy, that's about another $3.5 million. So it's about a $10 million deficit we're in for next year, 27-28.
Well, I don't understand why you keep saying take out the 2%.
The 6.6 million.
No,
you have on
I
the
understand
worksheet
what you're
is
saying. I don't know
included
why
in the
you would say
2%.
that. I don't know why you would say that we wouldn't raise taxes at all.
I'm not saying that, I'm
But
asking
you
for
are.
the right number. How much deficit are we in next year? Don't we need a tax levy included? Excluded, how much deficit are we in next year?
Well, the deficits are based upon the difference between your revenue and your expenditure. So if you're including an increase in the tax levy, that's going to impact that number.
But you don't know how much the board's gonna vote to raise it next year, is my point.
No, but the fair assumption when you're doing a
Assumption.
5-year projection
Like I'm
would be
just asking, I just wanna
2%.
know, the 6.6 million is with the tax levy in there, correct? Of 2%.
When I do my projections, I assume a 2% increase in the tax.
Got it. So it's a $10 million deficit and we're
Whatever
assuming
number you want to
2%.
say, Mr. Capone, I'm just saying, I always.
Is your tax levy including the 6.6 million?
In the projections that I've done,
Yes.
it includes a 2% increase in the
Okay,
levy.
so it's a $10 million deficit for next year.
Well,
How are we making that up?
whatever you want to frame it, it's fine.
How are we gonna make that up?
It's not a real number, so I'm not
It's
answering.
not a real number.
No.
We have a motion on the floor, so we have a discussion on it. A motion and a second. Anybody else have any
I
discussion?
know, I'm very funny.
All right, can we do a roll call, please?
Okay, so this is a motion to rescind the authorization to close the 2 school buildings and to redistribute. You're closing 2 buildings and redistributing the news. Okay. Mrs. Minies. Mrs. Skolasky.
No.
Mr. Safarowski.
Yes.
Mrs. Tobacco.
No.
Mrs. Torres.
Yes.
Mrs. Weinstein.
No.
Mrs. Wright. Mr. Capone.
No.
Mr. Avita.
No.
Okay, motion fails.
Okay, at this point, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
5 minutes.
please. We'll now open it up, comment for 30 minutes. Please keep in mind, please try to keep it civil, professional. Don't call out from the audience if you'd like to speak. If you're online, you state your name and your address. It's 30 minutes, Jessica. And there's a clock here for 3 minutes. You'll notice I'll wait in 3 minutes, ask you to wrap it up, and then if you're not done by then, we can ask you please to step away and let the next person go.
Before I get started, I'd like to make a motion to extend public comment until everybody has had an opportunity to speak.
Second.
Discussion. Can we extend the public comment to 1 hour?
No. We haven't had an opportunity for people to speak because we canceled the last workshop meeting, so I'd appreciate it if they got the chance to do it tonight.
Roll call, Ms. Doherty.
Yes. I'm first. I went
Mrs. Minimes.
Yes.
Mrs. Skolasky.
Yes.
Mr. Somborowski.
Yes.
Mrs. Tobacco. Mrs. Torres.
Yes.
Mrs. Weinstein. Mrs. Wright. Mr. Capone. Mr. Avita.
No.
All right, well, there's 5 yeses, motion carries.
Okay. There you go, young man. You're up.
I'm a student at Bay Shore Middle School, and I want to make it clear to all of you on the Board of Education. You are not making this
You
good.
move that down a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, can you just repeat your name, please?
Hi, I'm Daniel Cardano.
Okay.
I'm a student at Bay Shore Middle School, and I want to make it clear to all of you on the Board of Education. You are not thinking this through. The process in which this decision was made was poorly handled, and it was unfair to the people of Middletown. Last year, when this plan was first proposed, this was decided through many meetings and given process. This year it was narrowly passed over one meeting. I know you think this plan was great on paper, but put it from the perspective of us, the students. Overcrowded schoolroom hallways, bullying, bigger class sizes, etc. Not to mention the renovations to Bayshore, Leonardo, and Navesink, and the costs of accommodating these students with what money? And the promise of a 10.1 tax increase was not the closest false. You lied. Give Middletown his money back. Thank you very much.
Before I start off,
Please state your name.
Rowan Young,
Thank you.
before I start off, why are we giving charter schools $200,000? It was just on your slideshow. And
Go ahead. This is a public question, and it's just a comment, public comment.
I will just say, we don't have a choice in that. If a student chooses to go to a charter school and they reside in Middletown, the state requires us to make that payment, so that's not a board election.
I'm a 6th grader at Bayshore Middle School, and I'm here again to represent my school and all the other schools. I know you may not want to hear from me. You might rather be on your phone, but I'm still going to speak. Everyone at Bayshore Middle School and all the other schools was in kindergarten, 1st or 2nd grade during COVID. We already lost so much learning time. Back then, your campaign was helping students recover, unmasking us, getting us back into a strong learning environment. Now it feels like you're going to disrupt that over again at one of the most important times in our education. Middle school is already hard enough. At Bayshore, I love my teachers. I have a place to sit with my friends in the cafeteria. I have good class sizes. I feel like I belong. We're being told schools need to close over a 0.2% budget gap. But at the same time, the district is spending $260,000 on doors, $130,000 on bleachers, $180,000 on new vehicles, and $140,000 on a new scoreboard lease. Instead of doing this, we could be doing things that would save money. For instance, this is just an idea I had. We could raise the price of unnecessary needed items, for example, like ice cream, by maybe a quarter. And then put our profits towards keeping the schools open. Might not be millions, but it's something. Why are schools the thing that needs to be destroyed? I asked you last year for the data to support this. Still, no response. Please think about what this actually means for students like me. I want to be a NASA scientist.
Can you please finish up? You're almost up. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
A great education is something we all need to achieve our goals. We cannot do it in a classroom of 28. We are not numbers. We are humans. This is our education, our routine.
That's it. 3 minutes is up. Thank you. There is no transferring of time. You get one time to speak on, and that's it. I understand, but we have a lot of people here that want to speak. So let everybody have a turn. Okay, sir.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Liam Austin, and I'm a 7th grader at Bayshore Middle School. I'm here tonight because Bayshore means a lot to me, and I'm really worried about the possibility of it closing. I have ADHD and different behavioral challenges. School hasn't always been easy for me. I've been bullied for a while, probably since about 3rd grade. And for a long time, I felt I didn't really belong anywhere. But at Bayshore, that changed for me. This is the first school where I truly felt welcome. The teachers understand me, and I've finally been able to make real friends. Bayshore gave me a place where I could feel safe and supported. I also wrestled for the Bayshore team, and being part of the wrestling team has helped me grow as a person. It taught me discipline, teamwork, and confidence. If the school closes, students like me could lose a place where we feel like we belong. I know the board has a lot of difficult decisions to make, but I hope you will think about the students when you make them. For many of us, Bayshore is more than just a building. It's a community that helps kids succeed. Please consider keeping Bayshore Middle School and the 2 other elementary schools open. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
All members of the board, my name is Edward Dawson, and I'm a 7th grader at Bayshore Middle School. I'm here to explain why Bayshore should stay open. Number 1 is that at Thompson, what if there's not enough lockers because it's already crowded enough? If there aren't enough lockers, that means kids will have to carry their backpacks and other stuff that they bring to our lockers to put away around the hallways, which will make it even more crowded in the hallways. Number 2 is mental health decrease. This will happen because the kids will feel overwhelmed every day because, especially at Thompson, it's very crowded. But at Thorne, they will still be crowded because it's just even more kids than already. At Bayshore, where it's perfect there and it's not crowded at all. The 3rd reason is because it will decrease grades, and if the grades decrease, we will look even more of a bad district, and they will decrease because the kids will feel overwhelmed and just not feel like, I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, thank you.
My name is Max Desmond. I have been doing some research and I have learned Frank Capone and Jackie Tobacco ran their campaign on Have Kids Come First. But we haven't seen this once since you've taken office. I cannot understand, after hearing all these kids speaking, and how your decision is going to cause us so much stress and heartache, and you still aren't even considering putting us first. And why have ran your campaign in the first place? That aside, this will affect me negatively because I already received ridicule for my size. And yes, I know I am big. And just imagine how much more bad it will get with twice the kids. With more kids, I will not be receiving the tools I need to maintain my mental health. But kids come first, right?
Hi, my name is Nina Santa. I'm an 8th grader at Bayshore Middle School. And as a graduate of Navesink, I can confidently say that people make their strongest friendships there. The teachers are understanding, supportive, and they truly care about their students. Navesink is not just about learning, it's a safe place for so many kids, and it may be a small school, but it feels like one big family. The memories that are made there, from playing at recess to seeing people you know every day, are things that students are going to carry with them for years. It's not fair to take that away from them. At Bayshore, for years I looked forward to coming here and having new opportunities, especially in sports. Now as a part of the graduating class of 2026, it's frustrating to see these changes being made. Bayshore is a great school with strong programs and a positive environment. Students don't want to be split up. Turning Bayshore into an elementary school doesn't make sense because it already provides a strong support system for the middle school students, and changing it would take away important opportunities. Bayshore is also set up for older students. Younger kids will feel overwhelmed in such a large building. Programs like Project Plus were meant to help us build friendships for coming into middle school, but now those friendships are being disrupted. I also have type 1 diabetes, and throughout my whole life, I was scared of going to middle school because of what kids would say. Well, at Bayshore, I feel completely comfortable talking about it, and nobody judges me for having it because of the support Bayshore provides. Another important thing is the support for students with special needs and autism. Bayshore creates a safe and supportive environment for them. Moving them into a more crowded or unfamiliar space will make things harder, not better. Overall, these changes won't just affect buildings, they will affect students' friendships and the sense of community. Schools like Navesink and Bayshore are more than just places to learn. They're safe spaces where students grow, connect, and succeed.
My name is Audrey Powell, and I'm a 7th grader at Bayshore Middle School. When I think about where my school journey started, I think about Navesink Elementary School. That's where I made some of my first real friendships. It's where I learned lessons that went far beyond reading and math. Navesink was a place where I felt supported, encouraged, and a part of a community. My teachers made a huge impact on me. They cared about every student and worked hard to make sure we all felt included and capable of succeeding. They encouraged us when things were hard and helped us believe in ourselves. Because of them, school felt like a place where I belonged. At Bayshore, I've seen how important it is for schools to support every kind of learner. The thing that really stands out to me is the education programs for students with autism. Seeing how much effort and care goes into every student shows how much our schools value inclusion and kindness. It's something that makes me really proud of my school community. At Bayshore, I've seen how important it is. It's something that makes me. That's why the idea of schools like Navesink, Bayshore, and Leonardo closing is so hard for me when I think about it. I don't just see a building, I see a place where I grew, where I made friends, and where our teachers helped shape who I am today. It's a place that means a lot to students like me and to the families in our community. From my perspective as a student, schools like Navesink are more than just classrooms. They're a place where kids learn, grow, and feel supported during some of the most important years of their lives. I know that what you guys are thinking. Those kids will just have the same opportunities, just in a different community. No, they won't. If your plan ends up moving all these kids to one middle school, those kids won't have the same learning opportunities since there will be so many more kids for teachers to pay attention to. With the small classes, it is easier for teachers to focus on individual kids who need extra help. I hope that when decisions are made about our schools, people remember how much these schools mean for the students who walk through those doors every single day. Thank you.
Wait, excuse me one second. Are there any other students that wish to speak? Can they come to let them come to the front, please? No? Any other students? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, my name is Luke Desmond, and I'm in 7th grade. I feel like you guys don't understand the emotional deficit and impact that you guys are causing by closing Bayshore. You are going to separate so many friends just because they live in different neighborhoods. I personally have struggled with learning since kindergarten. I'm finally doing great, making honor roll, and thanks to all the teachers and the support I get at Bayshore. I'm afraid to go to Thorn. It's going to be all messed up because I won't have the help I need. There is not a plan for people like me because you guys don't have a plan for us yet. And there's not going to be enough focus for kids like me because there's going to be another 5-10 kids per class. Thank you.
How you doing? My name is Frank Dente. I've lived in Middletown my whole life. I graduated from Middletown North. I have a master's degree in special education. I'm currently finishing a master's degree in educational leadership at Montclair State University. I'm far from an expert in the subject, but I know more, I would say, than the average person. I want to say, Ms. Doherty, my professor, John Ferraro, spoke very highly of you. I really appreciated your presentation. Dr. Alphone, congratulations on your retirement. Whether people agree with you or not, dedicating your life to education is something that's very commendable, and I really appreciate that. I want to say a couple of things. First of all, for Mr. Capone, it seems you have a lack of understanding of what a deficit actually is. So a deficit is when you take your expenditures, you subtract all of your revenue, and what's left is your deficit. So it's not $10 million in deficit, it's $10 million in expenditures, and I don't know if you're doing it intentionally to try to prove your point, or you just have a basic lack of understanding. Either way, personally, if I was on the Board of Education and I didn't have a basic understanding of school finance, I'd be pretty embarrassed about that. I would then like to say, you were jumping down Mr. I believe it's Borowski's, earlier about how you knew this was coming, and you talked about last year about how raising the taxes, the schools were going to have to close anyway. I'm not going to lie, I agree with you. I did think this was coming and the writing was on the wall. So then I think it's even more embarrassing that you guys have been on this board. You knew this was coming for the last year, and there's been no progress made, there's no plans, you can't answer any questions about specifics, about numbers. So what have you guys been doing for the last year? I know you're not going to answer the questions, I'm sure you don't have an answer to the questions. I'm just going to tell you that you should be embarrassed.
Kristen Boland, Middletown. My children are 4th generation educated in Middletown. I want to thank the Marine veteran that told me that we don't have a bill of wants and needs, we have a bill of rights. My children, all of our children here, have a New Jersey constitutional right to an outstanding education. And you, the elected members of this board, were chosen to protect and deliver that right, not take it away. Last year, this community voted to keep our neighborhood schools open. We did our part. We showed up for the meetings, with the understanding that there is a pathway of 2 to 3 years with a strategic plan. We don't have that strategic plan. We have nothing, but we did our part. Now, you are trying to move forward closing Leonardo, Navesink, and Bayshore, a plan that will shove Thorn and Thompson over capacity and straight into violations. Under New Jersey state law, you cannot legally close these schools without providing the Department of Education formal assurances of sufficient capacity over the next 5 years and no safety risks whatsoever. Your own numbers that you presented tonight just proved you cannot give those assurances. This isn't just bad policy, it violates state regulations, endangers our children, our staff, and our faculty, and it breaks the thorough and efficient education guarantee in the New Jersey Constitution. Any reasonable person here in this town has a serious concern about the timeline and the overall readiness of this lack of a plan. If this somehow can move forward, what is the exact timeline that you're going to complete these buildings? The changes before students arrive in September. How will this construction be done? Safety upgrades, inspections realistically be completed in just 2 months? And if they're not, what is your contingency plan? What happens if a school's not ready in September? Do all schools push back the first day of school? Because we're one Middletown, so if one school can't open, none of us open? This plan requires simultaneous work across multiple schools. How many projects will be happening at once? Who's overseeing all these projects? How will you ensure our right to a quality and safe education? We're not talking about minor adjustments, we're talking about transforming buildings, monumental redistribution of students and staff and faculty, and reworking entire systems under extremely compressed timelines. I guess I have 3 questions for you, Mr. Aveda, because you're the chair. Can you guarantee that all Bayshore students will not lose their reserved spot for the Academy high schools? It's a yes or no.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay. Have you reviewed all of the studies and analysis in the plan that's being pushed forward? Yes or no?
It's public comment.
Okay. So who's ultimately responsible for ensuring that every building is fully compliant and safe before opening?
It's public comment. You're welcome.
Kristen Rooney, Middletown, New Jersey. Mr. Aveda, I have a series of yes or no questions for you. They're simple, and I believe the public deserves clear answers to these questions. So, yes or no, are you aware that the functional school capacity of a middle school is recommended to be kept at approximately 85%?
It's public comment.
Okay, so that was a no comment.
Take it how you want.
I will. So will the people watching. Are you aware, and do you understand that exceeding 85% capacity ignores how schools actually operate, including space needed for special education, specialized instruction, physical education, assemblies, and safe movement in hallways and cafeterias? No comment. That was a no
I said
comment.
it's public comment.
Okay, you also didn't answer the question, so let me move on. Are you aware that the superintendent stated that Thompson Middle School and Thorne Middle School will each hold approximately 1,175 students yesterday? Did you read your email yesterday? Oh, wow. Okay. Great leadership skills. Are you aware that the state minimum square footage for a middle schooler is 134 square feet per middle school student, which would mean that at maximum capacity, each middle school, both Thorne and Thompson, could hold 963 maximum students under New Jersey state law. I have the statute if you would like it. I'll send these in an email, maybe you'll answer them. Has the administration explained how capacity increased by roughly 250 students per building without any renovations? Because that's what happened in yesterday's email. Are you aware that no independent capacity study was conducted for the middle schools before you all decided to vote to close a middle school and move children into them? There was no study done. That also breaks the law. Do you have any analysis that validates the numbers that you put out yesterday? 1,175 students? Has anyone explained the trade-offs required to force buildings to operate with 1,175 students in them? Are you aware that the cafeteria fire code capacity of Thorne and Thompson is 328 students? So on day 1, every grade is going to be over fire code capacity. You will not be able to fit a grade in this cafeteria for lunch on day 1. That's not even guaranteeing a 5-year plan where you can fit everybody in the school. So check that box, you missed that one too. Are you aware that the district's long-range facilities plan projects 2,063 middle school students by the year 2029? And do you understand that is with 3 middle schools open, and that will be over capacity? The LRFP states that the schools will be over capacity in the year 2029, and that is if you have 3 schools. So again, you are failing to make a decision based on data.
Did you discuss? The motion for you, the time gets cut off.
Attention Board of Education. My name is Emma Bonhus, and I'm a 5th grade student at Leonardo Grade School. When I first joined Leonardo Grade School, I didn't have many friends. In fact, I didn't have any. Then I met and bonded with my teachers, and I met my friends, and everything seemed to turn around. Leonardo Grade School has made such an amazing demonstration on these kids, so why take it away? I have also noticed that almost nobody on the board is talking about the impact on the kids. I haven't heard anything about how the kids feel. I've only heard things about the numbers, the percentages, the money. I would like to consider one thing. Instead of talking about the numbers and ignoring the kids, try figuring out how to make the numbers work to support the kids.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Talia Bauer. I'm the mother of 2 girls, one at Navasink Elementary and one who is not yet in public school. I'm not here tonight to talk from the standpoint of a mother, but rather as a licensed professional counselor to advocate for the mental health of thousands of Middletown students. Last year, I spoke at many of these meetings about the impact of sudden school closures on children's mental health. I cited sources, I provided examples, I talked about the slew of issues that our schools are already facing that will now become amplified once we overcrowd the hallways. It's become very clear to me over this past year that only one side of the table listens and values what we have to say. So this year, I decided to cite some sources that the right side of the table may be familiar with. In 2023, this source was quoted as saying, "Putting children first isn't just a slogan. It is a mission to ensure that Middletown schools are delivering positive results for all of Middletown's children and families." In 2025, this same source wrote an op-ed piece where she stated, "Standing up for our families means teaching our children that values such as respect, responsibility, and courage matter, even in the face of adversity. Whether we're advocating for our local schools, promoting family values, or defending our freedoms on a national stage, I hope we find it inside of ourselves to stand solidly for what is right, what is good for our families, our children, and our communities." End quote. I find it incredibly contradictory that these same sources can now sit at this table in front of hundreds of families without an ounce of that same respect, courage, or responsibility that you claim to preach to your own children. That being said, I would love to give you the opportunity to prove me wrong. I have formulated a list of questions that I would like to ask regarding the plan that was emailed to us yesterday. As a therapist that works with many of the students and families in our local community, I believe that the answers to these questions are critical. Question 1. What specific therapeutic services are included in the social emotional support plan that you plan on implementing in just 7 days for the impacted schools and those students? Question 2. What specific therapeutic services will be readily available to students next year as they are adjusting and acclimating to a new setting? I saw that you plan on providing one whole school psychologist to handle the influx of hundreds of students. Question 3. The plan stated that the child study team members and related services, OT, PT, speech, will be staffed based on the needs within students' IEPs. How is that going to work, seeing as students obtain IEPs, 504s, and tiered intervention services intermittently throughout the year? Question 4, how do you plan on presenting your redistricting maps to students? Do you plan on explicitly outlining how you are moving forward with plans that benefit certain sides of town while directly segregating students based on external factors such as socioeconomic status?
Thank you for your comment.
My name's Logan Best. I just moved here, and I gotta say I love this town. It's been a lot of fun. My wife and I asked, why haven't we moved here? Why didn't we move here sooner? Tonight might not be the best light for that, but we came here with an open mind. We wanted to understand what was going on with the schools. I went to your website to find your strategic plan. There was no plan on your website. So I went and dug into the data myself. Did anybody on this board realize that we're in the lower quartile for budgetary costs in the state amongst our peers? We spend $18,000 per pupil. We're very low in cost. I've heard tonight that we're spending outrageous amounts of money on students, but that's not true. Like, the data shows that we are not egregiously spending. The natural next question was, maybe we're spending too much on buildings. Maybe that's why we want to close. Well, if you go and you actually look at our building spend is in, I believe, the 30th percentile, or I can get an exact number. I believe it's the 40th percentile for all of the state. So where is the disconnect between the numbers you guys are citing and the numbers that are showing up in the state reports amongst all of our peer school districts? This doesn't make sense. This disconnect between we're spending too much money and where we're showing up in the state data doesn't align. So another question I have is what is this all over? So there was a confrontation between Mr. Capone and Mrs. Doherty earlier about the budget deficit. Ladies and gentlemen, this is over $417,000. That's what the deficit is next year. You guys can't get your numbers straight. You can't even get them straight up here. How are we going to be able to be assured as a public that you guys are going to make the right decisions when you don't even know your numbers tonight on the budget you're voting on? The fact is that every single one of you up here has a fiduciary duty to the taxpayers of this town. And what that means is that you have to manage the money well. Does anybody up here know what the inflation rate was last year or is projected to be next year? It is not 2%, ladies and gentlemen. It is higher than that. Which means if you are not raising the funding by more than 2%, you are systematically underfunding the schools. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, by not passing that 1% levy and potentially letting it expire in the future, you are systematically underfunding our schools. I moved to Middletown because we don't believe in things like defund the police. Why do we believe in things like defund education? Why are we voting to systematically underfund our schools? My report is here. It's all publicly available stats if you want.
Hey guys, Daniel Jewell, Atlantic Islands. So just to do a little bit of a breakdown on how Logan arrived at that 0.2%, $417,000 deficit. So we have the $3.2 million, which is the projected deficit after we do the 2% tax increase. Then using that number, it reduces from 3.2 to 2.3 after the $890,000 in state aid. And then with the healthcare adjustment that we just approved, which is 1.9 million, then the gap reduces from 2.3 to $417,000, which is the 0.2% of the $200 million budget. So I just wanted to do that little breakdown, and also one extra exclamation point, which is Navesink Elementary School is ranked by U.S. News and World Report as the 13th best elementary school in the entire state. And next, any of our schools until number 237, I think it is. So just consider that when we're thinking of the schools to close.
Good evening, everyone. Alice from Mansfield, Middletown resident. I'm speaking to you tonight about guarantees and accountability with school closures should this decision move forward. I have a lot of questions as well that have come from the group of parents and residents, so we appreciate a response. Maybe not tonight, we'll send these, given that no one's saying anything. So, who will be held accountable if the transition is not successful in September? What metrics will you use immediately to determine if this rollout is failing students? How will you address unexpected costs that arise during rushed construction and reorganization? And most importantly, what guarantees can you provide families that students will not be placed in overcrowded or unfinished schools? We've all heard from students and families attest to overcrowding at Thorne and Thompson when student enrollments exceeded 1,000. Closing schools will guarantee overcrowding with the district's new current capacity numbers. How will you ensure that no child is placed into a temporary or inadequate learning space? At the end of the day, this decision will be judged not by your projections or estimations, but by what students will walk into on their very first day of school in September. Thank you.
Thank you.
Devin Rafferty, Leonardo. This is what happens when you put an inexperienced corporate grifter in charge of the board and the finance committee. When you do budgeting, you do options, you do contingencies, you look at different variances. So, let me ask you this question, guys. How'd you come up with Leonardo and Navis Inc.? And what were the other alternatives that you looked at? If we have this $30 million deficit, which by the way, Capone, you're confusing a stock and a flow. It's EC 101, buddy. Back to college. But anyway, if that happened. Anyway, what you're doing is revealing that you were targeting schools. You were not actually looking at fiscal fiduciary responsibilities. So let me ask you this, Ms. Doherty. Were there any other combinations of schools, school closures, that were examined?
The question should be directed to me as the chair, and this is public comments, not public questions.
Were there any other combinations of school closures that were looked at?
It's public comment.
Thank you for taking the fifth. Although that's not legal, Mr. Burns, of course. Who was instructed to look at only Leonardo and Navis Inc.? What were you doing, dusting off the old album? Okay, so, I think what we've established so far this evening is that we're not very good at basic economics, we don't know how to budget, we also have a dumpster fire of a budget that is going to overcrowd our schools, absolutely incur additional costs, wind us up in court, has no strategic plan, and then will also lead to additional school closures, which is in the document that Dr. Alphone sent out yesterday. It says it. I know it says we're considering how we're going to limit our footprint. It means you're seriously considering it, and with these structural deficits we have in place, I fail to wonder where that's going to go. The only other problem I guess I see is this is a budget that's prepared not knowing how many schools it's actually supposed to support. You see, the resolution that this board passed closes 2 schools. Dr. Alphone sent out a communication saying that we're closing 3 schools. Specifically, she wrote closing Bayshore, which of course was not in that resolution. Mr. Burns, good luck with that one. But basically, you have a tentative proposed budget that doesn't know how many schools you're actually supposed to be paying for. That's what happens when an inexperienced grifter gets put in charge of finance and the board. Thank you for your time, everyone.
district, so I'm trying to speak off of staff readiness when the school opens. So if this plan does go forward, teachers and staff will be expected to adapt almost instantly. So how will teachers be able to prepare for new grade levels, new classrooms, new students in such a short time frame without putting substitutes in their class to learn these things? What training will take place over the summer that they will get paid for to ensure that they are ready by September? How can you prevent chaos in September when both the staff and the students are adjusting at the same time? A smooth school opening depends on preparation, and right now that preparation window is extremely limited. Are staff members being compensated for packing and unpacking, moving? Elementary teachers have more than just a few boxes. I teach kindergarten, I know. I don't want a substitute teacher coming into my room while I pack up. It takes a long time to plan for 25 students in a class so that they're doing things while the teacher is packing up their classroom. And they have to see that. They don't want to see that. How much paid time will they have to set up their new classrooms? They should be getting paid for these things. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christy Montgomery. First, I want to apologize for approaching the stage. I have very little patience when adults act like children and set bad examples in front of children when you're supposed to be representing children. So I apologize for that, and I thank you for letting me stay here tonight. This whole thing has unleashed a little bit of childhood trauma that I'm realizing now. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm third generation Middletown resident. I went to Navesink School, Bayshore Elementary, and Middletown South. When my mother finally worked up the courage and the self-worth to leave my abusive father and work for the first time after she was told that she cannot continue her education after her associates at FIT, she started working. She had to work 3 jobs, okay? In high school, not a lot of people don't know this about me. I'm a pretty private person. I'm not on social media. I have the same 4 friends since kindergarten. Many of them are here tonight. I delivered newspapers with my mother before high school so that my mother could keep our house to keep us in Middletown schools. Do you understand what you were doing? My children, my son who's in 6th grade was in kindergarten when COVID hit. Do you understand the trauma that these children had? The fear that you put in them last year with this threat of school closures. And again, these eggshells. And Ms. Tobacco, I'm not just a mother. Yes, I did sew am I losing time? Hello? I did sew a Statue of Liberty dress out of a bed sheet for my daughter for a school project. But in my professional life, my last position, I worked on risk control for all of ByteDance's non-China business. ByteDance is the owner of TikTok. We do projects like Project Texas, where we move all of the data from China to the US so that massive companies can stay alive. I have had to travel to Dubai, to Singapore, to all over the world. I got a blood clot and a pulmonary embolism from being on too many long international flights. I have put people in line and had big egotistical people make hard decisions. You guys are big fish in very small ponds, and I'm telling you, my rage and the parents here, we are not going to let these schools close. You best be talking to Mayor Perry and get that land deal back on the table, and that is going to be the stopgap measure for this budget problem that generations of these inefficient boards have gotten us into, not the closure of 3 schools.
Good evening, members of the board. I'm Sue Henderson. I'm a Middletown resident for 30 years. My 2 daughters went through the Middletown school system. I was PTA president, treasurer at Thompson. I sat on the what was done with the strategic planning board most recently. I did 2 years in the parent information committee. So I've seen a lot of discussions about what brings a good education. And on that note, young families move to Middletown for one reason above all others. It's our schools. It's what my husband and I did 3 decades ago. Our neighborhood schools are the backbone of this town. They're the reason people buy homes. It's the reason that people put roots here. It's the reason that people invest in this community. That is not a sentimental, idea. It's economic reality. When you close schools, when you overcrowd schools, when you place young elementary students into a facility that was not built for them, you are telling young families to look elsewhere. And we on this side of the table know what happens next. When educational quality declines, property values decline. When property values drop, town revenue drops. And when town revenue drops, community services and future school funding dry up right along with it. You're not solving a budget problem now, you're just pushing the budget problem to the next generation. I'm a consultant and a project manager by trade. This audience has done a better job of risk assessment than you all have done. Your project management skills are, let's put it nicely, they're not up to par. Do you have a certified manager, a project manager assisting with this? Because you should. You're compromising the quality of education. And what about your fiduciary duty to this entire town, not just the budget line, but to the people whose tax dollars fund it? You owe us full transparency, not just selected slides that you choose to show to us. We expect a clear financial analysis. What's it going to cost to retrofit Bayshore, transport additional students, and handle overcrowding? Those studies haven't been done. Yes, you put out a wonderful, beautiful color 5-page document, and it did have a lot of, okay, this is what we like to do. Well, I can build say I want to build a castle, but I'm not going to do it if I don't have the money in the footprint. We've not seen responsible financial planning. What we've seen is a $3.2 million deficit, which sounds like it could be iffy, but that's all right. We're simply being asked to trust it. But that deficit is less than 0.5% of a $200 million budget. It's unreasonable to use such a small percentage to justify dismantling schools without first showing us the cost of doing so. And this is just 1 year after we did a 10.1 tax levy. Finally, I want to say we need to show some respect. And yes, you can say that I'm, old generation or whatnot, but I was appalled at what went on today. I was absolutely appalled that you all could treat each other the way you did.
Thank you.
In our public policy, our public comment, no participant can speak more than once until all others who wish to speak have been heard. So if there was something you wanted to say, you could get to the back of the line.
My name is Penny Rochelle. I have 2 kids in the district, and they're actually the 5th generation of my family to go to Middletown schools. And I just really want to start very quick to revisit the fact that the tech thing, I really think we have to consider this. When I look at the numbers, it actually leads to a potential solution to a long-term budget problem. The costs of keeping a computer in front of every kid are expected to double by 2030, and all of the new studies confirm that it's not really in the best interest of education. So I really feel like we need to look at that closely since we have such a big budget issue. And I also started a petition on change.org under Middletown Tech and Save Our Students, and made a QR code that I don't know exactly how people will get to that, but that I also have. But the main thing I wanted to get across is that I wanted to make sure you all knew that a year ago, I actually was open to the idea of school closures. I'm a practical person, I own a business, and I assumed that there were lots of good analytics and data to support this decision. I couldn't find all of the data in the analytics, I couldn't find the studies that had been done. I waited patiently and went to actually every board meeting, and I even went to town council meetings. I was listening and watching. to see where the plan was, and I don't know if you think that tonight's meeting gave me any peace of mind, but I can tell you it did not. Closing schools to reduce operational costs, I understand where you're coming from and wanting to do this, but this often backfires. The math is not simple, especially when you're dealing with a complex system. We have historical precedent in this country that school closures have led to declining achievement, increased behavioral issues, disinvestment in neighborhood value. You've heard all these things, but reduced property values, overcrowding, and sometimes unexpectedly negligible financial gains. There are legitimate unanswered questions here, a rushed timeline, and a very small budget deficit. There have been so many, the conflicted Haber report, the division amongst you all, Dr. Alphone stepping down in the middle of this, it all leads to a really horrible feeling I have, and I was a person that was open to it, so I just want you to know that's what this process has done to me. If we have to close schools, I believe that we need a thorough independent analysis without evidence of meddling, and we need an extended and carefully considered timeline. I'm a veterinarian, and I had to take an oath. The most important part of the oath is first, do no harm. Even if a decision may have long-term benefits, the first obligation is to do no immediate harm. I don't know if you all had to take an oath, but I would hope you do. You did, because you're dealing with our children's lives, and you're dealing with the health and well-being of the town. If you cannot guarantee a successful outcome by September, don't dismantle the functional system we have in favor of a system that might harm our children in town. If you cannot guarantee a safe, successful outcome by September, you have to vote the budget down. Please, above all, I beg you, do no harm first and foremost. Thank you.
Kristen Koontz, Middletown. I am one of those families that moved here, bought property for the schools, little buyer's remorse right now. Chris, you just came off the zoning board. You are now president of the Board of Education. You guys bulldozed school closures back into this budget. Closures that turn public schools into valuable pieces of land. And let's not pretend that we don't know what happens next. That land doesn't sit empty. It gets redeveloped, repurposed, and the rules for that redevelopment, what gets built, how dense it is, how valuable it becomes, all run through the zoning board. The same system you, Chris, were just part of. At the same time, your campaign has received donations from businesses and individuals connected to development interests. So, from the public's perspective, this is a pipeline of influence. Close the schools, free up the land, and then shape what happens to it. That's exactly how this looks. Public trust is not built on blank spreadsheets, no plans, a wavering $3 million debt. We have yet to see the line-by-line itemized spreadsheet of this. Proof. It's built on what your actions look like to the people you serve. Students, parents, taxpayers. I remember seeing those taglines. This board is saturated in conflicts of interest, and your actions are violating your own code of ethics. And when that happens, you don't just push forward decisions that reshape public education. What you do is you step back. Now look, I am not the first person to ask this, and I won't be the last. And there's lots of things I can come up here and comment on. But what I want to ask you, Chris, and I know I'm going to get, oh, this is public comment. Will you recuse yourself from any and all decisions related to school closures and the future use of those properties? Yes or no?
Can you repeat that question?
Yeah, sure.
I want to make sure I hear it correctly.
Okay. Will you recuse yourself from any and all decisions related to school closures and the future use of those properties? Yes or no?
I can't make a determination on that because there's nothing that's before the board right now that I need to decide. And if there's a conflict, yes, but that would be determined with advice of the attorney.
Okay, so, right. conflicts of interest. So I think what all of us see here is there's valuable land, there's a stream of influence, there's people that are benefiting monetarily by money. I don't think this is about kids. Let's talk about the wellness of kids. No, you guys basically roll your eyes when you kids get up here and speak.
Bill Dowd. I live in Leonardo. I'm a first grader at Leonardo, and I have an incoming kindergartner, and I also have a 2-year-old who will attend Middletown schools in the future. I'm looking at this from a parent perspective, a taxpayer perspective, a stakeholder perspective, because that's what we all are here. We are all stakeholders in the community, whether we're parents, whether we have no kids in the district, everyone has a part, everyone has a say in what happens, and everyone wants to have strong public schools. All right. Now, I have concerns about how the district will remain compliant with regards to IEPs and 504s, and how not remaining compliant opens the district up to potential lawsuits for failure to meet those modifications, which is the #1 thing the school districts get sued for. Not to mention that legal compliance just doesn't mean effective. It doesn't mean excellent. It means the bare minimum required by law, which is really, is that what the message we want to be putting out? We're seeking to do the bare minimum. And as I said last year when I spoke, just because a class can be 12-to-1 or 16-to-1 for student-teacher ratio, doesn't mean that it should be. It doesn't mean that it benefits all the learners in the classroom. And the Bayshore building was not meant for elementary students, especially for our youngest learners. So the students that I'm seeing most impacted here are our special needs students, and then our youngest students, the ones that we should be supporting the most. And as the parent of an incoming kindergartner, I have concerns about his safety and all the students that will attend the proposed Bayshore Elementary. The school is not meant to fit their needs, and the potential renovations needed will add to the district budget when the district is saying we need budget relief. Not to mention to repurpose areas to fit with the district's special needs classes, as they will be housed at the Bayshore Middle School according to the district's plan. Recess time is critical for elementary students due to the health benefits and social and emotional development, and now the Leonardo playground is meant to suit double the students that it currently does, because they'll have the Navesink students there as well. Are additions to and the movement of this playground going to occur? Because that works so well with the Port Monmouth closure and the new Monmouth transition, and that was 6 years ago now. I pass by that and I see that playground all the time too. Right? So we are not here to just protect these schools, we are here to protect all the students of Middletown, as these closures will affect all of them and the integrity of the district, whether that's Leonardo, Navesink, Bayshore, River Plaza, Lincroft, Nutswamp, Thompson, Thorne, the high schools. It does not matter. This is Middletown United. In a time of political division, all parents and community members can agree on certain things. And 3 things they can all agree on is they want public schools that are safe, ones that challenge their child academically, and allow them the opportunity to grow socially and personally. So please, put our children first. Thank you.
Hi, I'm John Converse. I was going to get up tonight and talk about lobbying and campaign finance, which is just ridiculous at the Board of Ed level. What are you doing with $35,000? Instead, it's too late for that. We have 3 days to submit a budget to the state. It's due on the 27th, right? So I sat down here tonight and I saw Ms. Doherty put together and present a very nice budget. There was some details in there, nice graphs, clip art. The high school needs $8 grand for wrestling mats. So she can do this. Like Dr. Alphonse said, it's just a few clicks in a budget program. All you have to do is slap a Band-Aid on this. Mr. Abita, you talked about avoiding extreme measures. What extreme measures are we trying to avoid? We're diving right into the extreme measures. Just slap a Band-Aid on the budget, and let's do it again next year if we have to. Year after year, that's all we gotta do, just a little bit. Thank you.
I probably don't need the mic, but I'll use it anyway.
So I'm Diana Paris, I'm a Middletown resident, and I was going to ask a different set of questions, but then I saw this thing you printed out on Canva, and I started wondering, are we a sports facility or are we a school? Because we're spending how much money on new billboards, scoreboards, and then I started thinking, Alliance Orthopedics is the sponsor of that, right? And I'm sure we have a contractual obligation with the sponsor of the scoreboards to maintain the scoreboards in good condition. And so we have to spend the money contractually. I think I mentioned at the last meeting, I was in fundraising for 20 years. You would not write a contract that does not allow for your investment to be protected. What that means in practice is Chris and Sarah's campaign donors get their sign in nice working order, and your kids get to use a stool in the crapper if they don't use the one that's in the band room. Because the band room at New Monmouth, I guess when they did the transition, they forgot that crapper. So it's in the middle of the band room, and unless they're playing ska, it's probably not useful. But Sarah's school's not closing, and her donor is happy. She won't say anything. It's called a sunset, and she never does. And also, Chris's campaign donor is happy, as I'm sure all of his other donors will be happy when we have to tear down these schools and build mega schools. Because who doesn't want their child attending mega school? It's awesome. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Jason Guzik from Middletown. I'm a 40-year resident here. I have a first grader in Harmony. I met my wife at High School North. So Middletown is pretty important to me. I'd like to ask the board to walk the community through the assumptions underlying the projected 3, 6, 10, 13 million deficit that has been cited repeatedly, both in public sessions and across social media. Specifically, I have 3 questions. First, does the projection account for any alternative or supplementary revenue streams, grants, shared services, facility rentals, or other sources? Or does it assume the flat revenue with no proactive intervention over the 3-year window? Second, the district has identified salary increases and rising health insurance premiums as primary cost drivers that outpace the 2% tax levy cap. If the district has enough fiscal visibility to project a deficit 3 years out with that level of specificity, what is preventing the administration from taking earlier proactive steps to offset these known costs? And third, and I want to ask this respectfully, if the district is not utilizing the available 1.07 tax levy increase, which is roughly $1.9 million put under state law, is it accurate to characterize this as a structural deficit, or is it, at least in part, a product of revenue decisions within the board's control? My fourth point is not a question, it's just a statement of serious concern. I recently went to the Board of Education website to review the budget proposal that had been publicly released, and I was unable to locate it. It no longer appears to be available. I don't know if this was done accidentally or was just taken down for revision and never put back up, but not being able to look up information that this board is presenting to us is very frustrating at best. The community deserves a clear, transparent accounting of those assumptions so we can have an informed conversation about real solutions. Thank you.
So I've stood up here before and I say the same message every time, and I just can't help myself from saying it again. I said it last year, I've said it earlier this year. The kids at Bay Shore matter. They're children, okay? Stop saying they've been collateral damage from day one here in this whole thing. These are kids that are having their whole world ripped away from them. Their school is closing. You stood up there getting upset when we said 3 schools are closing. Yes, they are. Bayshore Middle School is closing as a school, okay? Have some respect for what these children are going through. Maybe have some respect for the speakers. Make eye contact. I can't. Jesus Christ. All right, and then let's talk about what I heard tonight. Why in God's name are we planning to pack up classes in April? What are we doing? Stop, okay? It's bad enough this resolution was passed. It was voted, I get it. Why are we doing this? You're just making it worse, everything worse for these kids. You wanted this plan to happen ASAP. It's your problem to deal with, okay? Take the summer, get it done. Like I said to my kids, your lack of plan does not make an emergency on my part. Don't make this emotionally worse for my kids. Stay out of their school, okay? When my kids are in the classroom, I don't get the superintendent coming around poking her head in when they're in the middle of a lesson going, oh, wouldn't this make a great kindergarten sensory room? Stop. These are children. They hear you. This information hasn't even been disseminated to some children yet. There's no reason that should have happened. You do this after school, you do it on your own time. You don't mess with my kids. All right, and don't send the principals into schools with more confusing messages until the state weighs in, until this is final. Okay? Wait till it's final. Keep the kids out of it for as long as possible. All right? Until we know it's final. They don't need these mixed messages. I refuse to let my kids be psychologically harmed any further by you. Yes.
Hi everyone, Courtney Ferrillo, Middletown resident. I heard fiduciary responsibility, I heard request for a plan, line by line item. This is a district with an almost $200 million operating budget. If this was a real business, no CEO, no CFO, no board of advisors would approve long-term structural changes without knowing a clear multi-year financial model and quantified return on that decision. What has been presented is a one-year budget that's being used to justify long-term permanent changes. I have repeatedly emailed the board asking for a 5-year model that shows how closures solve the deficit, how long those savings last, and what happens when costs continue to rise. We had other commentary about, inflationary environment that we're on. We didn't decide to use that healthcare adjustment until just now. What is going on? Where is the long-term plan that the community deserves, the transparency that we deserve, and questions we've been asking for over a year? My last point, what is going on with the debt capacity? By 2029, we know the district will have meaningful debt capacity available. You touched on it tonight, but I want clear answers. What is that borrowing capacity going to be used for? What capital projects? At what schools? What schools will be available for capital projects? Right now, it appears we're closing schools today, planning for capital projects tomorrow, but we deserve transparency, communication, and an idea of what's coming down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Sotaro, I'm a Middletown resident. My son is at New Monmouth. I have 2 daughters that will be. Our youngest is 18 months. I'm hoping that by the time she's in kindergarten, we have a playground at New Monmouth. Because my son's been there since kindergarten and we still don't have one, and I can't tell you how many fundraisers our PTA does, but it's a lot. I also want to talk as a real estate agent. I'm a real estate agent and historian in the area. My family settled in this area in the 1880s. Middletown has always had a reputation as a strong community with a great school system. I can tell you firsthand that over the last year, the uncertainty that has been created in our town has had a real impact on people's decisions on the largest purchase for many people. Some of my clients are here tonight. Logan, who spoke earlier, he's very good at math. You should listen to him. People that made specific decisions just a few years ago so that they could be in walking distance to bring their kids to school now are having that ripped away from them. And they spent a lot of money and a lot of thought into purchasing those homes. Board, I do realize that there is a larger epidemic that is happening, defunding our suburban towns by the state, and Vin Gopal is pushing consolidation on everybody. So I do not believe that this is the end. I believe this is only the beginning of school closings, not just here, but throughout the state. However, it's not solely about the school closings, and this seems to be the disconnect that the board is not really understanding here. It's about the dysfunction that's on display in front of the public and the trust or distrust on what will be done next, as there seems to be no tangible plan. So when people ask me, and I'm out looking at homes, and they ask me, so what school do they go to here? How's the school system? That conversation, I send them everything, and they get to figure it out themselves. And as Logan suggested, you go and you look through, and you can't really find the data or the information that you're looking for. Now, the board is supposed to take the recommendation of the superintendent, and she didn't give one. So clearly, an agenda is being pushed through. Now, Dr. Alphone, you may know my father, Dr. Bill Sotaro. He was a long-time Monmouth County superintendent. So I grew up at the dinner table hearing all of this stuff. And I'm not sure that everyone here really understood your statement, but I heard you. And I hear you. And I think that this board needs to all look around and really hear what she's saying too, and reflect on the environment that you have created here for our community. Public comment. Thank you.
If this plan goes forward, Bayshore students will be forced to change schools in the middle of their middle school experience. How do you justify disrupting students at such a critical stage? What specific support will be provided to students who are losing their school community midstream? How will you address the academic disruption for students who are already halfway through their middle school years? How will you ensure continuity in curriculum, teachers, and peer groups? And what data do you have that shows that mid-career school transitions do not negatively impact students? This is not just a logistical shift. It is a direct disruption to students' academic and social stability. I'll email these questions as you're not answering this evening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Greeley. I'm from Middletown. On March 4th, I emailed all members of the administration and the Board of Education present here today. In that communication, I raised questions regarding my son's IEP and formally requested additional IEP meetings to take place between March 4th and the start of the new school year. Dr. Alphone, you responded that same day, indicating you were unable to address my concerns due to ongoing litigation. However, you advised me to contact the Middletown Director of Special Education. I did so promptly. She replied, the district makes every effort to accommodate students with IEPs. However, her response did not address questions, nor did it facilitate the requested supplemental IEP meetings. Yesterday, I received an email from the Child Study team requesting to schedule my son's annual IEP at the end of April. I responded by noting that I had previously contacted administration and the board 3 weeks prior with questions and a request for additional meetings. I inquired whether that information had been shared with her. She was not aware of my prior communication to either this group or the Director of Special Education. I was further advised that a supervisor would attend the late April meeting in hopes that he might be able to answer some of my questions. At this point, 4 levels of administration have not provided answers to my questions, nor has anyone scheduled the supplemental IEP meeting, despite these being fundamental components of the IEP process and their legal requirements. How many administrators does it take to schedule a meeting for one of our IEP children? I would like to acknowledge that 3 members of this board did respond to my outreach, offering guidance and attempting to escalate my concerns. I appreciate those efforts. However, it remains unacceptable that after 3 weeks of continued follow-up, no supplemental meeting has been scheduled. My son's IEP is not complex, it's relatively easy. If the district is unable to provide any clarity on his IEP, or to meet the very basic obligation of scheduling a requested meeting, it raises serious concerns about the district's readiness to effectively implement all IEPs by September 1st. This calls into question how families across the district can have confidence that all IEP and general education requirements will be met. My husband and I are fortunate to have the time and resources to persist through repeated emails, calls, follow-up, and legal consultations and in-person attendance together tonight. Many families do not have this capacity. They rely entirely on all of you and the administration to act in their children's best interest and to ensure that all requirements are filled. Unfortunately, my experience over the past 3 weeks, that trust has not been upheld. This district has not provided sufficient communication, coordination, or responsiveness. So I leave you with this question. When will you be contacting every IEP family that will be impacted about the changes and updates that their students will require?
Josh Grayling, Middletown. Beyond the financial rationale, the widely recognized requirement of any successful school consolidation is cultural integration, actively working to blend school cultures to ensure respectful and productive mergers of all affected school communities. Best practice calls for the creation of a new shared brand, new colors, new mascots to represent the newly formed community that this board is insistent on reimagining. Based on the board's letter, planning documents, and tentative budget, this critical requirement has not been addressed. There is no updated budget line for rebranding of signage, uniforms, or for any of the affected schools, Thompson, Thorne, and Bayshore. If we are truly consolidating, then cultural integration demands that all schools undergo rebranding. The genuine merger does not leave one school's identity intact while expecting others to simply absorb into it. Every school's color, mascot, signs, uniforms need to be reimagined. Now, the idea of rebranding every affected school strikes you as absurd, too costly, too inconvenient, too disruptive to the students and families who are already settled, then I respectfully ask this board to pause and reflect on the profound hypocrisy and inconsistency of this plan. Because that is precisely what you're asking of more than 500 students. You are asking them to give up their school identity, their neighborhood community, their relationship with their teachers, their principal, secretary, their nurse, security guard, and many more. You're asking middle school students to leave behind the friendships that they've only begun to build. A school consolidation is not a corporate buyout. You are not acquiring these communities. These students should not be expected to simply conform and assimilate into structures that already exist. The burden of institutional decisions, financial or otherwise, should never fall disproportionately on a subset of students. It must be shared equitably across the entire community. If the board is determined to require students to form new communities, then the entire district must equally be committed to building something new together. It is not the responsibility of 500 children to absorb the full weight of transition while everything remains unchanged for others. There's a saying that when your neighbor's house is on fire, you don't haggle over the price of the garden hose. Well, our house is on fire, and you can't be bothered to lend us any freaking water. Have a good night.
Yes, I'm holding it. Vera Paseki, Middletown. My phone was blowing up as you guys very quickly increased our tax basis again. I know it's just another 1%, but I think there are people out there that are still upset about the 10, and that 10 is embedded. It doesn't go away. We keep building and building that tax base. I'm particularly a little bit upset about the increase, not because of the monetary, and I'm happy to chip in, but I'm a little disappointed in the shared services conversation. I think we could have a much more robust conversation with the township. I would particularly want you to address, and I don't have the numbers with me, but it has been very clear over the years that the Board of Ed is getting a smaller and smaller cut of the pie. You can see those percentages going down. They might be just 1/10 of a point this year, another 1/10 of a point. But when you multiply that by the huge tax base, the Board of Education is losing a great amount of money, and that's due to the pilot projects. The taxes are bypassing the board. And we are educating those students who are living in those homes. And I would just ask, similar to what Homedale did, maybe the town covers that curb at Harmony. Maybe there are structural things that they can do for traffic or other things, or parking lots, because those projects are increasing the volume through our schools. So I'm just a little disappointed on the shared services conversation, and I would hope that we would look to that before we continue to tax our residents. Thank you.
Eric Dowell, I live in Mavis Inc. This idea was not initially mine. It came from a local elected official, but I think it's a great idea. We've heard a lot of data tonight. We've heard a lot of very good points coming from the heart. But I'd like to extend an invitation. It's to the superintendent, to Mrs. Doherty, to board members, likely in small groups, so we could avoid sunshine law, and to a small group of community members to work through these issues in one meeting or a group of meetings soon. As you can see, this community has a deep understanding at this point of the budget, the payroll, bill pay, and the footprint. And the purpose of these meetings would be to discuss potential alternatives for options to square this year's budget. We could discuss additional reductions in administration. There are 3 right now. To be clear, they're not central administration. There are 3 well-liked school principals who have the misfortune of not having tenure. We could certainly cut more in admin. We could discuss how many retired teaching roles to backfill, because each position we don't backfill is worth somewhere around $85,000. Our jobs just got a lot easier because it appears we're going to take advantage of the health insurance waiver. That raises almost $1.9 million. What's left to balance this budget is somewhere between $1 and $1.5 million. That is not much. That is, with an expected 30 to 35 teacher retirements, it's potentially, not rehiring half of that number. Or just sell some of your land. There's no longer any impediment to doing so. You have approval and you have appraisals, and I'm fairly certain that the township would be quite interested in revisiting those conversations. We'll follow up with this invitation by email tomorrow, and we sincerely hope you accept it. If you don't, it will confirm a few things. It will confirm that this isn't about responsible budgeting, that it's not about fidelity to taxpayers, that it's not about long-term stewardship of this district. I'd be interested in learning more about this supposed $30 million shortfall that we're going to have in 5 years. If that's the case, we need to do a lot of planning. And closing 3 schools this year to potentially save a few $1 million, that's not going to get us there. So how are we going to get the other 28 in 5 years' time? The community deserves those conversations in that plan. A failure to take up this conversation, to invite in a consideration of alternatives, will confirm what this vote to close schools was really about. It was about a desire to close 3 schools, period. And there is no intellectually or morally defensible reason for voting to close 3 schools, period. Thank you.
So if this plan goes forward, Bay Shore Middle School must fully be transformed into an elementary school in a matter of months. I want to walk through that to what that actually means based on the district's own documents. The district's facilities assessment estimated, their own assessment, estimated about $2.5 million for bathroom renovations alone for Bay Shore. Tonight's budget contains $0 for that. Yesterday's consolidation communication reveals the actual plan. The district will apply for a bathroom waiver from the NJDOE and install 1 smaller toilet in each nearby bathroom. This is not a renovation. This is a request for permission to not renovate. We're placing 5-year-olds in a building designed for 11 to 14-year-olds and asking the state to waive the requirements to make it appropriate for them. Tonight's budget shows $605,000 in capital projects and $586,000 in equipment. Not a single line item mentions Bay Shore. The consolidation timeline lists Bay Shore projects in July and August as if needed. We're not converting an entire building for a different age group. How is any of this if needed? The communication says playground equipment is still being investigated. Let's go ask New Monmouth how that's going for them. Have you investigated the distance of your closest restroom facilities to the playground? I have. I scaled the plans, and it looks like from various points across the playground equipment now, we're over 500 feet. New Jersey administrative codes do not specify a fixed distance, such as feet, specifically between a school playground and a restroom. Instead, they require restrooms
be available within a reasonable distance, and located on an accessible route. Typical building codes require employees be no more than 500 feet to a restroom, and elementary students should never be more than 200 feet from a restroom. So I don't think that it is a reasonable distance to the playground from there. So now that's another cost. Are you going to build a bathroom? Are you going to put in a porta potty? That's going to cost money. It's just cost that you're not talking about. And the accessible route. While the sidewalk, it looks like, I measured that too, looks like it's all ADA compliant with the slope, there is that portion where the sidewalk drops off onto the parking lot. The curb there is not ADA compliant, it's not flush, it's over 2 inches. And then you get to the asphalt that goes up to the playground, and that is above a 5% slope. This means you are either putting in handrails for that position, or you're spending money to now smooth it out. These are things we can do, but these are things that nobody are talking about. So let's talk about all the risks associated with these changes. Anyway, thank you.
Good evening, my name is Melissa Doss. I'm a parent of 3 sons, one in elementary, middle, and high school. I am here tonight not just as a parent, but as a voice of concern for the teachers of Middletown. Many are not standing up here at this microphone because they fear retaliation from this board, which is a sad reality our teachers deal with. But their silence is not consent. I am here sharing today their reality. Our teachers found out that their schools were closing at the February board meeting at the exact same time as the general public. There was no heads up. There was no consultation on how to make this transition smooth for the children. Instead, they opened their classroom doors on Friday morning, after little sleep, to students who were terrified of losing their schools. The teachers received absolutely no guidance from anyone at that table on what to tell them. For the second year in a row, by the way. Not 1 ounce of counseling or support has been offered for the staff. They are expected to just keep teaching, to help the kids cope, and to reassure panicked parents, all while they are completely in the dark themselves. This pattern continues to this very day. One day they're told their roles are safe, the next day they are told they are in jeopardy. The district recently sent a survey to teachers asking about placement preferences, but only to Bayshore teachers. Why are other teachers being left out of when everyone's placement is up in the air, especially non-tenured teachers, vice principals, and principals across the district? The communication given to our teachers and staff is a disaster. Just yesterday, weeks after the vote, the district finally sent out a guidance document. Our teachers received it at the same time, yet again, as the public. They were caught off guard, and what they were given about their soon-to-be reality was full of vague plans, unknown costs, and if-needed projects. It admits that a social-emotional support plan won't even be initiated until April, weeks after our teachers already had to comfort crying children on their own. The lack of consistent information is beyond unacceptable. This picture I'm painting of secrets, lies, half-truths, rumors, and manipulation would almost be comical if it wasn't real life for our teachers. At Navesink, the teachers built a culture so exceptional that Rutgers University highlighted them as a promising practices school, and were rated number 13 in New Jersey public elementary schools. Yet instead of celebrating that and using it as a model for our district, we are closing the school. Make that make sense. And since all of this began, not a single administrator or board member who voted for this closure has even bothered to visit to check any of our most impacted teachers. At River Plaza, Bayview, Fairview, Ocean Ave, our teachers continue to read small print on every presentation that says we don't know exact details, but we have to explore future consolidation at some point. They're also being left in the dark. None of this should be a secret to the very people who are the heart and soul of our schools. I'm out of time, but our children, their students deserve better, and this community is calling your behavior for what it is: disgusting.
Dr. Alphone, I'm not sure if you remember me, but at the last Superintendent Council, you stayed after me
studied after with me, and we discussed my backstory of moving here from Edison, an overcrowded school district. I asked you flat out if school closings would be considered this year, and while you didn't directly answer my question, you did have me leaving the meeting feeling like if school closures were to happen, they would come with a well-thought-out plan and not something made out of crisis. This may not be popular opinion, but I do think you care about the kids in this town, and I do not believe your retirement was ultimately your choice. I have sent emails, but they go without response or with the legal disclaimer that you can't respond, so I'm sorry to call you out like this. You stated before that you were going to read a statement, then you said you were going to follow it up with a personal statement. So if only the second part of your speech was personal, who wrote the first part for you to read tonight? Who is ultimately driving this bus? Thank you.
Good evening. It's still evening. It's not morning yet. Not yet. We're close. Scott McPherson, Middletown resident. So look, I appreciate the discussion that was held earlier and the discussion about the healthcare credit, the 1.07, and the vote and approval of using that. It shows what can happen when the board actually does communicate and talk. Now, my daughter, 7th grader at Bayshore, she said to me in the past, she said, the 9 members of the board, aren't they friendly? Don't they get along? Don't they chat outside about their kids, about other things? And I had to tell her, no. It's surprising that that's what occurs and what happens, because you would think that there would be discussion, even if it's not necessarily about school board things, because that would violate certain laws, but you would think you would have appreciation for each other, and it just doesn't seem that occurs. The theme tonight has been the lack of a plan in implementing these school closures. And the plan that is being implemented, it's being done on the fly. I think, Dr. Alfon, I think you would agree with that, because there's really no other way to do it. You have to be doing it on the fly, because this just happened in February. And Dr. Alfon, I understand that you're leaving at the end of June. I wish you well. But you're not going to be here to see this plan through. You're not going to be here to see these kids in September when they're going to different schools. I would hope that we have a new superintendent at that point. So I've been looking at school closures, and you can decide to have a motion to delay implementation of this until 27-28, to give yourselves real time to come up with and implement a plan. I was just looking at a resolution from Evesham back in 2016, and they did, and it eventually got approved, but it wasn't going to take place until the 2017-2018 school year. And that is a real option that's available to this board. There's a lifeline there for you. It would be appreciative if, even if you don't take it, at least have a discussion about it and let us know why you're not taking it. But there's a real lifeline that's available to you to delay implementation of this. And I understand the 5 that voted for it, and that's your feeling, and that's the way it is. But you can delay implementation so you come up with a real plan, a plan that actually helps and supports our children, helps and supports your staff, your teachers, and everyone else who would be affected by this. And I hope you do that. Thank you.
Hello again, Daniel Jewell, Atlantic Highlands. I just wanted to put a little bit more emphasis on the point I made earlier where we had a $417,000 deficit, which I walked through the simple math of how we get to that point. And put some emphasis on a solution for that deficit that does not involve raising taxes. And that's the Class 3 officer costs. When you compare the $1.5 million that cost us as a district to the $417,000 deficit, I mean, it seems to me a simple argument that schools' security is fundamentally about policing, not education. So if retired officers are providing that security, that is essentially an extension of law enforcement. And if security is a town police service, the town should pay for at least some of it, perhaps roughly a third to a fourth of it, rather than pushing it onto the school budget. That's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Katie Littlepage. I live here in Middletown. I have a kindergartner in the district. I also have a 3-year-old son. It's 11:53 p.m. I was sitting and listening. I didn't come here prepared with comments tonight, but as I was listening, I had the thought that public input is mandated for these meetings for a reason, because the board is supposed to value what the input that the public is giving before you make your decision. And I mentioned it's 11:53 p.m. This meeting started at 7:30 p.m. And so far, not one single person from the public has come up to the microphone and said that they are advocating for school closures. And at the meeting in February, that was a 6-hour meeting that went well into the early hours of the morning, 1 a.m. or so, 2 a.m. Again, we can go back and look at the tape, but not one member of the public in that 6-hour meeting came up to this microphone, not one member, and said, I really feel strongly that this is what I want as a taxpayer. So please consider that input, because everyone in this room, we are the members of the public that feel the strongest. That's why we're here speaking. Anyone from the public is welcome to be here and speak for the direction that they want you to drive our district and the direction that they want you to use our tax dollars. So this is the public's input. Please don't ignore it. Please take it seriously. I'm a NICU nurse. I'm a fierce child advocate. It's what I've been doing professionally for the last 8 years. And so I'm trying to put what I've seen tonight into terms that I can understand. And also I think all of you can understand, because you're all parents as well. You've all had little babies at one point. And there's a condition in the NICU that I see, it's called, with premature babies specifically, it's called necrotizing enterocolitis. We call it NEC for short, NEC. This is a bowel condition where the bowel starts to die in the premature baby. And if it's so severe, the baby needs to go in for surgery and have a large portion of the bowel removed. But sometimes the baby's lucky enough that it's mild and we can treat it with medication. And this projection of, we're gonna be $30 million in debt in 4 years, to me that's the same as saying, the baby has mild neck, but let's go ahead and take her into surgery because her bowel's gonna die in 4 years. That's not a responsible decision to make for a child. So in healthcare, we're interested in buying time, especially for children, to provide them with the best possible plan of care. And I can equate that to the position you all are in to provide our children with the best care.
Hi, it's Kristen Montgomery again. So I want to talk from two perspectives here. So one, from a business mind. The best that we are going to get is a 1-year stopgap measure, whatever we do, because there has been either an inability, an ineptitude, an unwillingness to actually strategically long-term plan by this board. And there are several alternatives. One of which the mayor spoke about at a press conference last year, which is the offer to buy BOE land and pay for half of Class 3 safety officers, which that 3-year contract is up, right? So I had my 71-year-old mother come with me to tour one of those parcels of land, the one on the corner of Chapel Hill and Kings Highway East. It is a wasteland, okay? So I heard that there was a memorial for the Challenger disaster. And I thought, how lovely would it be if the board can come together and say, you know what, town, we are in a tough spot financially. We're going to have to make some tough choices at some point soon. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to give ourselves 1 year, one more chance to strategically plan in the proper way. We tried it last year, didn't work very well, but we're back here again. Let's buy that land. If the Challenger Memorial still exists, this is the 40-year anniversary of the Challenger disaster. How wonderful would it be when our children are learning about that in school to have a green space and a memorial that's been covered by like wasteland and I mean the amount of thorns. I was mentioning at the town council meeting that I can be a really bad thorn in people's side. I literally got thorns in my side touring this property. I don't understand if we have to have a stopgap measure because of the position that we're in, and I know there's a lot of finger pointing and you were on longer and blah, 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 blah. I don't care. Like these are the conversations that I have with executives. I don't care. It doesn't matter how we got where we are. This is where we are. And we're not, I'm just telling you, we're not closing the schools. I'm not going to allow that to happen. It's funny in this space, no one knows me. So normally, my reputation precedes me. So in the global corporate world, I have a pretty good reputation. And the people that have gotten in my way, it didn't end well. And that's not a threat. I was telling Ms. Alphone today, someone that I fired actually thanked me years later because he then went on to accomplish something great, which he wouldn't have done if he was stuck in a job that wasn't a good fit with him. I give speeches to colleges about the power of reputations, okay? You guys need to work together. I don't care where the money's coming. I don't care what donors you have to please. Figure it out. Take the land. Sell the land to Mayor Perry. Give yourself another year. This is crazy making. It's crazy making.
Yeah, hi, John Converse again. Good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. My neighbor Eric came up and made an offer. I also want to make an offer where we want to put in some work and we're willing to put in some time. Last year, I found out that Navasink is eligible for grant money from the State of New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust. Other districts have gotten hundreds of thousands of dollars to repair their historic buildings. I got an email from them inviting us to apply. No one applied. If we can keep the school open, I'm more than happy to do the legwork for that. I'm offering my free labor to get free money. Please, take me up on it.
Hi, Talia Bauer. I just wanted to finish my thoughts from earlier. So I was asking the questions about the mental health services that you're planning on implementing both in April as well as next year. And I wanted to sort of wrap up and ask a reflexive question. When everyone is standing here, or sitting here rather, thinking about scoreboards and bathroom stalls, I'm curious who else is thinking how I am, which is about increases in suicidality rates that will go unknown, safety planning that isn't taking place. What will happen in those poorly sized bathroom stalls that are also going to be unsupervised? Ms. Tobacco, I speak specifically to you because you fought tooth and nail to get children back into classrooms during COVID. You said how your own son had suffered and every parent you spoke to had been struggling, as many had watched their children experience heightened anxiety, depression, behavioral problems. You said how you knew that suicide rates and drug overdoses were on the rise. You talked about it openly in a video interview about how a teen had tragically died in Middletown during the pandemic, and it seemed that you were really able to recall mental health impacts when it impacted you, or your children, or your friends' personal needs. But what about the needs of the hundreds of families that you are slated and supposed to represent? The families you signed on to fight for? I'm truly in awe of the level of hypocrisy that many of you demonstrate on a daily basis. and I'm saddened to see what's happening. I'm even more concerned when I think about the long-term impacts that these changes will have on our towns, our students, and our families. I truly wonder if any of you will feel personally responsible for the 7th grader that gets repeatedly bullied and can't get in to see a counselor for support. I wonder if any of you would feel personally responsible for the 3rd grader that struggles to read but won't get assessed for learning disabilities due to there being too many kids in the classroom. I wonder if any of you would feel any ounce of prolonged guilt or sadness or shame if anything worse were to happen to any of our students. Sadly, I think that I know the answer, and I just wanted to say I cannot thank the left side of this table enough for your consistent dedication to our students and for remembering that putting our children first is truly more than just a slogan. Thank you.
Okay, at this time we're going to close the mic for public comment and move into proclamations. First proclamation is a child abuse prevention month. Oh, sure. Okay.
My son would be upset if I didn't mention this. First of all, fix this. You don't get one. Second, my son, who's becoming more religious these days, he'll still eat at the cafeteria. He's complaining to me about cross-contamination. It's all I hear of her. She uses the same knife for ham as she does for meat. And we're not Hasidic, but we're getting there. Next year he gets permissive, he makes a choice which way he wants to go. Right now he's decided he wants more clean food, and cross-contamination is bothering him. And as it goes, if you're not here to fix it, why are you here? What is it to you? And don't let the Toll brothers get all that land, they got enough.
Child Abuse Prevention Month. Therefore, be resolved that the Middletown Township Board of Education hereby recognizes April 2026, is that April? 2026, as National Child Abuse Prevention Month, and calls upon all staff, students, and residents to renew their commitment to protecting the children of Middletown. It's also Autism Acceptance Month. Therefore, be it resolved that the Middletown Board of Education does hereby recognize April 2026 as Autism Acceptance Month in Middletown Township Public Schools, and urges all employees and students to engage in out-district activities to foster a deeper understanding, celebrate neurodiversity, and ensure a culture of belonging for every student. Also National Paraprofessionals Day. Therefore, be it resolved that the Middletown Township Board of Education does hereby recognize Friday, April 3rd, 2026 as National Paraprofessionals Appreciation Day in the Middletown Township Public Schools, and be it further resolved that the Board of Education extends its deepest gratitude and heartfelt appreciation to each of our paraprofessionals for their unwavering patience, their heart of service, and the profound impact they make on the lives of our students every single day. It's also Administrative Professionals Days. Be it further resolved that the board expresses its profound gratitude to our administrative professionals for their dedicated service, resourcefulness, and unwavering commitment to excellence of our schools and community. Moving along. At this time, I need approval of the meeting minutes, which is items 8A through 8D.
So moved.
Discussion? All in favor?
Hold on.
Opposed?
February. I'm abstaining from the February 19th, so A and B, because I wasn't here.
Okay, any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? On the business office consent agenda, I need a motion for items 9 through A, Board Secretary's monthly certification, Board Secretary's report, transfer of funds, and the bills list.
So moved.
Second. Discussion? All in favor? Opposed?
I'm opposed on D. And special note on Mr. Padula's bill.
No on D.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Minnies, you know on B or D?
No on D, including Mr. Padula's bills.
On D.
Yes, D.
So all of D. All of D?
Yeah, all of D.
And Mr. Sofrowski?
All of D.
Okay.
All of D for me as well.
Any other opposition? Abstentions? On the recommendation, Superintendent of Schools consent agenda, we'll take item 10A, tentative budget first. Do I have a motion?
Did we do E?
We did not.
Yes, we didn't do E under business office, transportation routes.
I was on the bottom. I need a motion to approve item E, which would be 9E under the business office consent agenda.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, on the recommendation, Superintendent of Schools, take 10A first, tentative budget for 26-27. Have a motion. Second. Discussion?
I just want to clarify, this is as amended.
Okay.
As amended with the health agreement included. Okay. Discussion?
I didn't want to have discussion. I'm going to vote no on the tentative budget because I would like to see us get together again with Dr. Alphone like we did last year and talk about different kinds of cuts in this budget that are more valuable and take out the things that are wish list and not needs. And I know this is a tentative budget and I know that we're supposed to go back and review before the actual budget, and I hope that we can do what we did last year and come up with some other solutions.
Roll call, Ms. Starr.
Mrs. Minnies?
No.
Mrs. Skolasky?
Yes.
Mr. Sofrowski?
No.
Mrs. Tobacco?
Yes.
Mrs. Torres?
Does this, sorry, I know it's
This
a
is just
discussion.
on item 10A.
I understand.
Tentative.
My question
Bring a roll
is,
call.
if I am voting yes to this budget, does that mean nothing can change? Like, what does that mean as far as changes? to
No,
the
it's
budget?
supposed to change.
Mhm.
We can make changes to what's
To-
contained within the
To what's
budget.
contained within the budget. So if it's a yes, we can vote, okay, yes.
Yeah, this is like a condition.
Thank you.
Mrs. Weinstein?
Yes.
Mrs. Wright?
Yes.
Mr. Capone?
Yes.
Mr. Avita?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries.
On the recommendation, Superintendent of Schools consent items, need a motion to approve items 10B through J.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I am voting on letter B, no on the yeses and yes on the nos.
Any other opposed? Abstentions? No, we're gonna do now. Okay, now 10K, 1 through 21 on the first.
So moved. Second.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Okay, on old business, any old business?
Yes, I have some. First, I'd like to ask, on the Haber report, did he recommend closing schools, or did we tell him to look at closing schools?
Our initial proposal asked him to look at the closure of potential schools. That was in our initial, it's actually in the specs of the proposal.
And so was it his recommendation to close them, or was it just his recommendation to redistrict?
His original recommendation was to redistrict because we had also informed him at that same time that the community was committed to maintain community schools. So that is the first iteration that he came to us with. And I will also say that we had a very hands-off approach to working with Haber during that course of time because there was basically, you know, a sentiment amongst the community that we wanted a very separate process that didn't include any influence from administration or board members. So we didn't get involved until he presented that initial not so great plan, and then we went back and re-engaged with him.
And Mrs. Doherty, could you give us an update on the email we got about the grant for 2 electric buses? Because we haven't really discussed that as a board.
We did discuss that in a finance committee meeting, I think, a few months ago.
Yeah, just that we got it, you were looking at it.
You know, we had, you know, an opportunity that came out, Dr. Alfonden actually mentioned to me, like, perhaps, you know, we could see what this was about. We did apply. We did receive notification that funding was available for us, but we were, you know, initially we've looked at the costs of what it would be to essentially just bring in, first of all, it would just be to bring in 2 buses. We don't own any buses. So the preference for this grant program was for buses to be replaced, for people that own buses to take them offline. So I'm actually surprised we even got the funding because that means that they must not have had enough applicants of people that wanted to take buses offline and replace them with the electric buses. But apparently we did get approved for funding. However, it covers costs of buses, you know, initially, but then, you know, there was a certain amount that was, I don't have all the numbers in front of me, but a certain amount that was allocated for the charging station and everything. But, you know, the other costs that were involved with that, you know, when we initially looked at it months ago, you know, was that the board was still going to have a significant out-of-pocket, and then there's the whole question of how are we going to operate these, being that we don't have drivers, we don't have any other buses. We do have a van, and we've had trouble getting even a part-time driver to drive the van that we have had for the past few years. So, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty on whether this really would be a benefit to the district or actually something that we wouldn't get a benefit from. I mean, if you only have 2 buses and you're hiring, you know, say we found 2 part-time drivers, what happens the day that part-time driver calls in sick and then you have no way to, you don't have a pool of drivers to pull from. So, you know, our initial assessment was that this, you know, may not be something that would benefit the district. We can certainly take some more look at it, but you know, there was out-of-pocket costs for the district, and also operationally, you know, we weren't really seeing how that would work effectively, you know, being that it would be such a small scale, you know, and we wouldn't have availability all the time to have drivers to drive the buses.
I just wanted to bring it up because we got that email.
Yeah, we had put in just basically to see what would happen, but, you know, then we were giving it more analysis, and it wasn't clearly indicating that would benefit the district, but.
Okay. Now I have some old business on students. I attended all 4 plays last weekend. Incredible. If you guys don't get the chance to go see our students perform, you're missing out on a lot. Every play was packed, and it was just incredible, from middle school to high school. So I want to congratulate all of them. I also attended the High School North Language Honor Society. Amazing group of kids. So many accomplishments. It was great to see. I also want to make a comment about Thorne. If this closure continues on, I just want all of our students to know that Thorne is a great school. It has a lot of great things going on. I just don't want anybody walking away thinking, oh my God, this school is not good, it's not good enough for them. It's a great school, and there's great kids in that school, just like there are in all of our middle schools. So if this does go through, I just want our kids to know that the school is great, and there's a lot going on for them to take a part of. I do agree a little less opportunities, but it's a great school, and I don't want anyone thinking that it's not.
I would like to add to that comment because we all know where I stand on all of this, and it needs to be made clear, my opposition is not to that school, that building, or the people that are in it. My concern is the number of students in the building and ensuring that we have the services, the staff, and the space that is adequate for all of our kids. Thank you. I did have, if anybody else had old business, I had two things that I wanted to bring up quickly. During public comment, it's been a conversation for the last year about recording the questions and getting the answers back. I didn't see any of them being recorded today. How are we doing that, or are we not? We record the meeting, so then what are we doing to get the questions answered?
Trying to put them on the back of those sheets that we've been giving out.
Okay, so that said, if anybody's questions weren't answered, which was everyone, I would invite you to please send an email and make your subject line public comment questions so that we can put them all in one place to make sure that those get out there. I have been asking mine, I have gotten some answers, but I'm going to not stop asking questions and demanding answers, so I invite you to do the same. My second thing was about meetings, and when we first met in January, we had scheduled workshop and voting meetings for the month of January and February. In March, we only had one, and then it was postponed because of the budget, which is why we're here today doing a full workshop and voting meeting. There were 5 of us that requested and signed on to get another meeting last week. It didn't work because of some scheduling things that happened, but I'm asking Mr. Avita and the rest of the board to look at our calendars and let's figure this out now so that we are not here until 2 o'clock in the morning every time we have a workshop and voting meeting together. So can we do that for the month of April, to have a workshop meeting and a voting meeting so that we can get all of the committee things out, get all of that information out there, give ample time for public comment, and then figure out the budget when it comes to time to be done, because I know that that meeting is already scheduled.
So what is the procedure? There would have to be a motion to add one for April?
So is that what you need me to do, to make a
No,
motion?
I'm asking.
I'm asking.
Workshop on the 21st, voting on the 28th, or is that outdated?
I thought there was just the one. We have,
I have
everything's circled, but both of them are marked as workshop.
I have 21st tentative workshop. I think I just put that in, and then voting on the 28th.
So do we have the 21st? Is that a scheduled workshop meeting?
Yes, that's on.
That's on the original?
I believe this is, I believe this is yeah, this is what, I just pulled this out of my folder.
And we have the 28th for a regular meeting.
So we have the 28th would be the public budget hearing.
Right, and then in May, I think it's early Wednesday.
In May, we have a meeting on the 12th, which is our rehire meeting, and the 19th, which would be our workshop voting meeting.
So can we, on the 12th, maybe do the workshop with the rehire so that we're not, again, here until 2 o'clock in the morning? I don't know how that works.
Well, I think a lot of that's predicated on public comment too.
I understand that, but having 2 meetings to give people opportunity to say the public comment would cut that time in half, essentially.
Then we're gonna have 3 meetings in May?
No, I'm asking if with the special meeting, can that also be the workshop, and then the voting meeting is on the 19th?
Yeah, I mean, it might be a limited amount of information, being it's only 2 weeks between the board meeting and then the workshop meeting. But, you know, the board can do what it chooses, I'm just saying.
which, I mean, it seems like there's gonna be a lot of planning happening in these next months anyway, so it wouldn't be a hard thing to ask.
Appreciate it. Any other, we have the meetings for April 2nd. Okay, good. Any other old business, new business?
With shared services, I do have a question for old business. It was my first time being on that committee. What is the role of each board member? Like, can I bring up things like the pilot projects? Can I bring up the land, or is that something that our leadership should do?
Oh, you can bring up, you can bring up.
Okay.
I asked everyone, all I know is your first meeting.
I didn't want to speak out of turn and have it be that I was saying something I wasn't supposed to. I was honestly taking your lead to try to figure that out.
No, that's fine. You're welcome to ask anything you want.
Okay, so I'll make sure that we do that next time.
New business?
New business. It came up in finance committee that we were rec teams that are using our facilities are not paying to be using the facilities, and then some equipment is getting damaged in the meantime, and things like that. I think it's a serious discussion that we need to talk about, because anybody that signs their child up for one of these rec leagues pays a fee towards these leagues. My first question would be, where is that money going? If it's not going to the facilities, where is that money going? But we should be charging, in my opinion, if the facilities are being used, especially if the equipment is damaged. And we are in a budget crisis, because these leagues are making the money. Coaches are volunteer, they bring their own basketballs. So, I'm bringing this up. You said to bring it up in a meeting, I'm bringing it up.
Are all those things run by the town, or is it separate?
I don't know.
That's why I asked for all of the
Process for
facilities orders.
the
so we
renting
can see
out
that.
facilities and collecting money.
Audit of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think
That's the
that
first step.
we should figure out how much,
Like
how much what?
How much are we bringing in now? What are we charging people? What are we having to pay out the costs from potential equipment damage, et cetera? That, like, we would have to audit that back. I think 2 years is probably reasonable.
Can we do that?
Yeah, I mean, I just saw, as we discussed in finance, I just also want to make clear that when groups need personnel costs, they get charged for that. And all of the charges that we do assess to groups that use our facilities, that's all laid out in board policy and regulations. So that's where the change would have to happen if we were going to change our stance for what groups get charged.
I think if we start investigating it, then we could, if we have to make I'm sorry. It's so late, I'm sorry. I usually go to bed at 8 o'clock. I think we should vet it and do an audit, and then if there is, compare it to the policy, and then if there is a policy change that we want to be made, we bring it to the policy committee. If in fact we want to charge more or change something in the language, I think that would be the proper course of action.
I think we should definitely look into it, get the numbers at
We
least.
get the numbers
We don't know.
first.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be audited really, I mean, we do have that information.
Right, we can get it through the finance committee, and then the finance committee feels there be monetary benefit, then we bring it through policy.
We requested it in the facilities because it was the use of the
Okay,
facilities.
I mean, either one, if we go through.
I mean, we could do it in both.
I think it makes sense to talk about it in the facilities.
That's fine, yeah, and then if there warrants a change, then we bring it through policy for a policy change.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I have just one quick thing. I'd like to thank everybody from the public who has paid attention to the fundraising goals going out to our PTAs. The Thorn gift auction is sold out, and so is the Bayshore gift auction. So there is one more left that's coming up on the 25th, and it's Bayview, and it's a casino night, and you could get all their information on the Bayview website. So let's see if we can't get together and sell them out too. That's all of the fundraisers that people have contacted me with. So if anyone has anything else, let me know and we'll get the word out. Thanks.
There you go, sir.
I have one last thing to the entire board, that we see it, we feel it, the public feels it, and I need you to know that I'm here to talk. I'm here to hear ideas. I'm here to do the work and actually have a conversation. That means that when someone is speaking, you don't shout out things, you don't degrade them, you don't question their integrity, you don't question those kinds of things. You're here for an actual conversation because that is what I am here for. So I'm begging this board to stop. Please stop. I'm asking you to engage in this conversation. I'm asking you to tell me what you know about these shortfalls and how this is going to fix it so that I can understand it. What happened before was deflection. It was a way of avoiding the problem, causing more division on this board in this town, and it needs to stop. This is why we are here. We have been elected to represent the people in this town. We have been elected to represent the community to the administration, and the administration back to the community. And it's not a one-way street. We cannot forget that our most important job and the most important oath we have is to represent those children and the needs that they have in these schools and to ensure that they have it because we are the adults. We are the ones setting the tone. We are the ones that are here to do the work, and I beg you to join me in that.
Any other new business? Okay, we now open up the mic to public comment on non-agenda items. Public comment for 30 minutes, 3 minutes per person. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, Kristen Rooney, Middletown. I also just want to start by saying I also have no problem with Thorne as a school. If given a choice between Thorne and Thompson, I would send my daughter to Thorne. I do, however, have a problem sending my daughter to school where the administration thinks that they can put 1,100 kids in a school, because neither school will be safe. I don't care if it's Thompson or Thorne. Yeah, no, but there's been some talk in the community about how the whiny parents don't want their kids in school with the kids from Thorne, and there couldn't be anything further from the truth.
Right.
I would choose Thorne. I chose North for my daughter. Every family has a different reason for why they do what they do, and it's really not anybody else's business, but I feel like it needs to be known that parents want safety for their children, and we want what's best for everybody in town, not just our schools. Joan, I also want to thank you because you are always there for the kids, and I know my daughter sees you all the time, and she's just appreciative that you're so supportive of them, so I want to thank you for always being there for them. A couple things that came up tonight. I just have a couple questions based on what I heard. So, did all board members see this other resolution that Dr. Alphone mentioned earlier? She mentioned that there were 2 resolutions put forth in executive session the February meeting. However, the public only heard about 1 resolution, and that was the resolution to close 2 schools. Did the whole board see the other resolution in executive session? Can the board answer the question? Did you see the resolution?
It's public comment.
Okay, but they want to answer, so. Mr. Sabrowski shook his head
It's
no.
not a question and answer.
Okay, that's fine. So I guess let it be known that it doesn't appear that the whole board saw the second resolution. Therefore, 5 of the board members decided that that resolution that was voted on was put forward. So the whole board didn't vote on that, so you can't even do that. You have to put both resolutions forth, and you have to follow the recommendation of the superintendent. She also said it was not her recommendation. So I don't know what happened in executive session, but not everybody seemed to have heard the same thing or saw the same thing, and the public never heard there was a second resolution. So we weren't even able to comment on it. Second question I have is, we did not hear the answer. It sounds like Mr. Haber was hired, and you said, Dr. Alphone, that you told him, we don't want to influence what you're doing because you need to do your thing. He came back and recommended small redistricting. That was Mr. Haber's recommendation. Then you went back and said, Mr. Haber, look at school closures. Was it Mr. Haber's recommendation that schools be closed?
Public comment, Mr. Reed.
Okay. Mr. Haber's recommendation, Dr. Alphone said it earlier, Mr. Haber recommended slight redistricting when he was left to do his own work and not be influenced by what you want as a board, the 5 of you. So Mr. Haber's recommendation was slight redistricting. And I don't know what's going on up here, but it's not copacetic, and we all know it. It's your favorite constituent. I've heard you guys drone on and on and on tonight, so I'm gonna let you guys hear me drone on and on and on again. Why are we spending all of this time and energy on this very divisive issue? Look at me, I look like a clown because I'm showing you my love for Middletown. I went to Bayshore. I loved Bayshore. I thought Bayshore was the unifying school in Middletown because you know what? Those kids brought the North and South kids together because half of your friends from Bayshore went to one high school, half of them went to the other. So I thought that was actually pretty great. All you're doing is further dividing the town. Why? It doesn't make any sense. And I guess my frustration is normally when things don't make sense and I tell people that it doesn't make sense, I don't have to say it again. I'm not used to repeating myself. So this is frustrating to me. It's frustrating that we're not selling the land. Sell the land that you're not using. Sell the wasteland, make it into, let the mayor get green space money to make it into a beautiful place for our town and have that be the stopgap. You don't close schools, move children, hurt them psychologically. I'm paying for therapy for my children who are scared for the second time because they don't know what's happening. They don't know what's happening. This is unacceptable. Unacceptable. There is no answer. No one can look at me with a straight face and say that closing schools as a stopgap measure. Everyone knows, I hope everyone in this town knows, that this is not a long-term solve. Closing these schools, Ms. Alphone said it, I think you said it too, Mr. Aveda, this was a one-year solution. And we're back on the same merry-go-round next year. Why are we spending all of this time trying to figure out how the students, how a kid this high is going to take a dump in a middle school toilet? Why are we spending our time doing that when we should be strategic planning for the long term? We know that, or who knows, because no one knows facts anymore because everyone's saying 10 million different things, but enrollment seems to be going down. People are having less children. People are having children later in life, right? So there's some certain facts that we have to go on. There's something that's going to happen in this town. This is not what you do with 3 months' notice. This is unacceptable. It's unacceptable, and not a single one of you that voted for school closure can look me or anyone else in this town in the face and say, if your child was in that school, that you would have voted yes. This is, I don't know if I'm allowed to curse, but it's BS, and it's completely unacceptable. Unacceptable.
Emily Donahue, Middletown resident. I didn't plan to speak tonight, but I find myself again questioning why you do anything. But Mr. Aveda, you seem to be a little confused about the public comment, because tonight you actually did answer somebody when they asked a question, so you're choosing when you want to answer the question. So for the record, you're deciding when you want it to be public comment and when you want to actually have an answer. And those inconsistencies are really your downfall, because if you're going to continue to do things because you don't know your own policy, it's going to get you in trouble. Because you did it again tonight, and you're going to continue to do it. There's so many inconsistencies on this board, and it's honestly a detriment to this community. We say that we can't respond to emails because of litigation, but yet we make phone calls, and because that's not on record. We decide that our Oprah custodian is no longer going to fill Oprahs, because why? We don't know. Maybe you guys can figure that out as leadership. But now we find a board that is just literally not doing their job, not being compliant, picking and choosing what they decide to do. It's concerning. We spent the last year hoping you guys would change, and you haven't.
Promises were made that school closures wouldn't be voted on if there wasn't a plan. Here we are. There's still no plan. You guys are still breaking policy, process, law. You sit up here, you don't care. You're picking and choosing what matters. And all of you know it's not our kids. Thank you.
Hi, Christine Giuliano. I live in Leonardo. I have 3 sons. One graduated, one's graduating North this year, and one is graduating Bayshore this year. My first question doesn't have anything to do with school closures. I'm just wondering if the board is aware of what a disaster the high school graduation test was this week or last week. Students were supposed to take 1 unit on Monday, and both units opened on Monday, and nobody really realized it, so they were just forced to like rush through 2 units in 1 unit time frame, and then told to come to school the next day, even though there was no unit to take, and then they couldn't reopen it because it was already submitted, and then they were told, don't worry about it, we'll count something else instead, it doesn't matter. Well, those are high-stakes tests, and they do matter, so that's concerning that it was such a mess. And I don't know if that was at the state level or the district level, or if you all are too busy, like, doing, you know, whatever you're doing to close schools, that you're not doing other jobs effectively. But that's a problem, and I think it needs to be addressed, because those test scores do matter to certain kids, and they do matter to our district, and to me, they should be invalidated, because I know as someone, as a teacher, when I give tests, if something goes awry, we sometimes have to invalidate it and, you know, do it over. So I think you need to look into that, because those test scores are probably not going to be indicative of what our children can do, because they weren't given under the right, you know, parameters. The other thing I want to say is that several of you are lacking a moral compass, from what I can tell. Dr. Alphone, I wish you well. However, it seems like you wanted sympathy from us, but you get paid a lot of money. You left the classroom for higher, you know, office. I would never leave the classroom, because the children are my why, and they're like the only thing that makes being in education worthwhile to me. So I would rather tutor and work extra jobs to make ends meet than leave my kids, because that's what is my connection. So, I mean, yes, I'm sorry that it got so stressful for you, but now you get to go off to your new job, and we have to deal with this nightmare. Some of you have young children that are still, you know, going to school on the south side of town. When you go to put your head on the pillow tonight, I'd like you to ask yourself if you would be voting the same if they were your schools. Because you're very quick to blame other people for only looking out for their children, but really it's all the middle schoolers, and middle school is not an age that you want to overcrowd. Are the student to counselor ratios going to be the same as they are now, or is it going to be increased? Because if something happens to a middle school child, those of you that voted to close schools are going to have that on your hands. And Jackie and Frank, you ran on a platform of like a call to action. You felt this compelling need to get involved and advocate for children. Well, we're doing the same thing, and you act like we're annoying. Annoying little people that need to go away, because our issues aren't as important as yours. So I respect that you felt that call to action, but that's all we're doing, is advocating for our children like you advocated for yours.
Katie Little Page, Middletown. I just want to read a poem. This is a poem that my mother first read to me when I was 13 years old, and it's stayed with me. It helped me through a lot through my life, and I keep it in my phone. It's by Mother Teresa. It's called Anyway. People are often unreasonable, illogical, and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of selfish, ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you will win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. If you are honest and frank, people may cheat you. Be honest and frank anyway. What you spend years building, someone could destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you find serenity and happiness, they may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do today, people will often forget tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give the world the best you've got anyway. You see, in the final analysis, it is between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway.
Hi, Melissa Doss, Middletown resident. Last week with the high stakes testing for the high school, my son did not get his bus one single day, which meant I needed to drive my son all the way to South for testing. This is a problem. You are now going to increase transportation throughout the district, and last week, 5 days, no bus came. Yesterday, the bus was 12 minutes late. Today, it was 12 minutes late again. I was told by transportation I was lucky to have a bus at all. I'm over 6 miles from the school. How am I lucky to have a bus? I pay for the bus. And my son deserves a bus to school that comes when it's supposed to come. And last week, he almost missed that high-stakes testing, which was also a disaster, because of the incompetence of the people that you hire for transportation and the bus companies that you hire. We piecemeal it together. I've noticed how many different bus companies you use. It's incredible, and they're all unreliable. My youngest son refuses to take the bus home from school anymore because repeatedly self-drivers have missed our bus stop, and the children have to direct them home. And yet we are going to have more students on more bus routes to schools. This is unacceptable, and we are leading to a disaster. Get it together.
Hey guys, Dan Jewell, Atlantic Highlands. I'll be quick. I just wanted to draw some attention to this stack of flyers that Logan had dropped off earlier in the evening. I just want to toot the guy's horn for a minute. He did an amazing job doing this.
I didn't know if it was a stack or one.
It's just a package there. So, I mean, Duke wrote a whole web app to try to compare based on state-provided data for specifically for comparing townships against each other on spending metrics and all the budget stuff. And you can see how low we rank in spending amongst peers, or it's statewide, countywide, any way you slice it, we underspend versus our peers. And it's all in there, and you can play with the data yourself on the web app, and it's pretty cool.
I'd be happy to share any more, or Logan Bass in Middletown. I'd be happy to share any more data with you guys, walk you through it. It's not hard. There's really good answers in there. The reality is that we have underfunded education in Middletown. So you guys keep wanting to say we have a spending problem, but the data doesn't lie. In fact, the data tells you exactly what has happened, is that every year we have let that 1% healthcare levy lapse. We have systematically underfunded education. You have chosen to not pay for kids. This doesn't make sense. This is bad economics. This is bad business. If you guys were in the corporate world, you would be beaten by your competitors, right? Now, the good side of that data is that we have better than average outcomes. We're in like the 33rd percentile for outcomes, depending on how you split it. That's like a controversial metric, but like whatever. So we've spent less. We've got better than average outcomes. If we keep spending less, if we keep pushing down on the price of our education, it is a nonlinear function. At some point, you have a tipping point where you get terrible outcomes. What you are doing now is not a small incremental decrease in the cost of education. It is a substantial change. It is perhaps that tipping point that will cause this nonlinear change. And all of a sudden, you have much worse outcomes. That means people like me don't move to Middletown. We don't pay taxes here. You guys want this in the long run. There's lots of good information in there. Please take the time to read it. I'll send it to every member of the board tomorrow by email as well.
At this point, if no one else wishes to speak, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Discussion, all in favor? Opposed?